Chapter 265. Su Yen was immediately stunned. Just now, when he saw the dominoes of those disciples light up, he was secretly rejoicing. Although Su Yen was arrogant, he was not an arrogant person. He was very clear that with his current strength of a one-star celestial phenomenon stage, he was merely an ant amongst the many experts and disciples here. If the domino lit up, then he would not have the chance to resist at all. As expected, the moment Su Yan's domino lit up, a powerful wave of energy suddenly rushed over like a torrential storm. Murong Fu. Su Yan's eyes immediately turned, seeing that this person was Murong Fu. A bright light immediately condensed in his eyes, his body quickly retreated, and a snort came out from his nose. I didn't expect that the last one would actually choose me, but wanting me to surrender is definitely not my, Su Yan's, character. Although Su Yan was clear that this time, he was very likely to be eliminated. However, because of Su Yan's personality, he would definitely not give up just like that. No matter how strong the other party was, he had to work hard. It was not because of any reason, but because his name was Su Yan, and his bones flowed with that arrogance. Murong Fu was the strongest person in Nangong. Facing this person, Su Yan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The spirit energy in his body was circulated to the limit, and his figure quickly flew backwards, narrowly avoiding Murong Fu's attack. Su Yan dodged Murong Fu's attack. Murong Fu could not help but be stunned, then the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Very good, with the strength of a mere one-star celestial phenomenon stage, you were actually able to dodge my attack. You have some ability, but do you think that resistance is useful? As Murong Fu spoke, his eyes shot out a disdainful gaze. To him, even if Su Yan dodged his attack, it would be useless. This was because in his eyes, a one-star celestial phenomenon stage was like an ant, and he was a divine dragon. How could an ant compete with a divine dragon? Murong Fu, don't go too far. This Su Yan is someone I'm protecting. At that moment, Dong Qinghao had already walked in front of Su Yan and blocked Murong Fu's path. When Su Yan saw that Dong Qinghao had come to protect him, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw Dong Qinghao's gaze, he felt touched. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and thought to himself, Dong Qinghao, Su Yan, will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Dong Qinghao. When Murong Fu saw Dong Qinghao stand up, he couldn't help but laugh. I thought who it was. A mere 8-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. Do you think you can stop me? And me. At this moment, Ratley also stood up. Following that, Gung Ji, Makaryu Ice, Hao Fong and the others all stood up and blocked in front of Su Yan. When Murong Fu saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Naturally, he wasn't surprised by these people, but by Su Yan. Su Yan was only a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. He never thought that Su Yan would have so many people standing up for him. Not only him, even Su Yan himself didn't expect this. Good boy, you have some skills. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan, and the corner of his mouth rose into a devilish smile. At the same time, he looked at Su Yan and frowned. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and said, I thought that you were so familiar. So you are the spirit-drawing boy who was chased by the Guyu sect in the Hengduan mountain range? What, spirit-drawing boy? When Murong Fu thought of this, his entire body suddenly trembled. That's right, Murong Fu was none other than the Monster Palace expert who saw Su Yan when Su Yan was being chased by the Guyu sect in the Hengduan mountain range. When Murong Fu had long forgotten about him, he only felt that Su Yan looked familiar. Only now did he remember. Since he remembered, Murong Fu knew that this person was only a mere spirit-drawing realm cultivator. Moreover, Murong Fu clearly knew that the last time he went to the Hidden Devil region, it hadn't even been half a year. Half a year. When Murong Fu thought of this, his heart was incomparably shocked. In half a year, a spirit-drawing realm cultivator was actually able to step into the celestial phenomenon realm. How could Murong Fu accept this? How is this possible? How is this possible, this cultivation? Murong Fu looked at Su Yan with a face full of shock, and then a wave of killing intent immediately surged in his eyes. Because Su Yan was in the Hengduan mountain range at that time, he didn't know about Murong Fu. Seeing the sudden burst of killing intent in Murongfu's eyes, he couldn't help but frown. Murongfu, I have no enmity with him, why would he suddenly show such a strong killing intent? Not only Su Yan, but even the others also frowned. This was because they didn't know why Murongfu would suddenly produce such a strong killing intent. Under this strong killing intent, the spirit energy on Murongfu's body also surged. Su Yan, quickly crush your own domino, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Murongfu looked at Su Yan and said gloomily. The viciousness in his words was clearly much heavier than before. The other disciples also felt Murongfu's aura. However, they all thought that Murongfu would be able to get rid of Su Yan, so they didn't help. They only held the attitude of watching the show. Su Yan sneered and didn't answer Murongfu's words. The cultivation technique in his body slowly circulated. When Murongfu saw that Su Yan, a mere one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, actually dared to look down on him like this, a strong wave of anger suddenly surged from his chest. He coldly shouted, Su Yan, you're asking for trouble, don't blame me. Actually, Murongfu still hoped that Su Yan would not crush the domino, because only by doing so would he have a chance to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Su Yan. Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, all of you quickly step back. Otherwise, don't blame me, Murongfu, for being impolite. Murongfu swept a glance at Macario Ice and the others, and said domineeringly. Macario Ice and the others were also the cream of the crop in the Eastern Palace. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Hearing Murongfu's words, Macario Ice immediately revealed a cold smile and shouted, Murongfu, don't be arrogant. Today, I have so many people here, it's absolutely impossible for you to eliminate Su Yan. Then give it a try. Murongfu had always been ruthless. Hearing Macario Ice's words, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly surged violently. His body was like lightning, and he stretched out his hand to grab Macario Ice. Be careful. Seeing this, the frivolous smile on Dong Qinghao's face disappeared. In exchange, it was replaced by a grave and stern expression. With a light shout, he immediately took a step forward and patted his storage bag, and a long sword flew out. This long sword was obviously not an ordinary item. The moment it flew out, it immediately surged with a bright light, and a burst of whistling sound broke through the void. It was so deafening. Whoosh! Dong Qinghao did not slow down at all when he took out the long sword. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and he immediately slashed horizontally at Murongfu. Murongfu's attack on Macario Ice was immediately cut off. However, Murongfu's speed was too fast. With a flip of his body, he dodged Dong Qinghao's attack. Immediately after, Rat Li and the others took out their magic treasures and jumped up, attacking Murongfu. Even though Murongfu was an expert in the spiritual sea realm, he could only retreat in the face of so many experts from the Eastern Palace. Very good, very good. What a good Eastern Palace. Murongfu stopped and looked at Macario Ice and the others. He could not help but sneer. Then, his eyes turned, and a disdainful light flowed out. He snorted and said, But do you think it will work? While speaking, Murongfu's body suddenly surged with a bright light. In an instant, a huge burst of energy followed. At the same time, Murongfu waved his hand and shouted, Today, I will let you all see the true strength of the spiritual sea realm. The strength of the spiritual sea realm is not something that you can resist. Bang! Under Murongfu's words, a loud sound suddenly burst out. Murongfu pushed out with both hands. A powerful energy surged out like the waves of the East Sea. It was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning, directly pressing down. Be careful. Macario Ice, Dong Qinghao, and the others' faces changed at the same time, and they hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, Murongfu's huge energy was too fast. Bang! After a few loud sounds, they were all sent flying at the same time. Poochie! They all spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Today, I will kill you arrogant people. Murongfu had always been ruthless. After this battle, seeing Macario Ice and the others being repelled, he had no intention of letting them go. His body leaped up, and he immediately pressed forward. Be careful. Makaryu Ice and the others shouted at the same time and jumped up from the ground. One by one, the cultivation techniques in their bodies began to revolve rapidly, and a dense energy burst out from their palms. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. That's right, they all used the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. The power of the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill was naturally earth-shattering. What's more, they were all outstanding disciples, so the power they burst out was even more shocking. When they condensed the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill at the same time, the whole space suddenly seemed to be torn apart. Light overflowed, and there was a burst of loud noise. Murong Fu frowned slightly when he saw the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, but it soon disappeared. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Do you think it's useful?" While speaking, Murong Fu immediately waved his hands. As he waved his hands, the surrounding air seemed to have become turbulent. Countless spirit chis surged into his palms, and a huge energy storm began to spin. Collapse of Mount Tai. Wild Dance of the Fire Dragon. Silver Snake Strike. Makaryu Ice and the others shouted at the same time, and each launched the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill formed in their hands. Several forces condensed, and the powerful force was like a giant thunder exploding from the horizon. All of a sudden, countless explosions rang out. Chapter 266. What a powerful force! The spectating disciples also revealed looks of surprise on their faces. Murong Fu frowned when he saw this, but it only lasted for a moment. Soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he waved his hands quickly, and suddenly, a powerful force burst out. With a loud bang, a huge light screen surged in front of him. "A few mere sky phase cultivators want to fight against me?" Murong Fu shouted coldly. Suddenly, he pushed his hands forward, and the huge screen of light suddenly flew toward Murong Fu. Bang! The two forces collided in midair with a loud bang. The powerful force was like a storm, rushing out. The gorgeous light screen lit up the entire training ground as if it was daytime. Although the two forces were very strong, in the end, Murong Fu was still stronger. Bang! With a few loud sounds, Makaryu Ice and the others were sent flying. At the same time, they all spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew back. But, with a loud bang, they fell to the ground. Then, Murong Fu took advantage of them and looked at them with a devilish smile. "You rats want to stop me? You're courting death." As he spoke, Murong Fu waved his hand. In an instant, a powerful force surged. "Die!" Murong Fu roared and slapped his palm towards the group of people. Makaryu Ice and the others saw the powerful force approaching and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, their speed was too slow, and they could only watch as the powerful force approached. When they saw this huge force, their hearts sank to the bottom. They were all the favored disciples of the Eastern Palace. When had they ever been humiliated like this? However, at this moment, under Murong Fu's absolute strength, they did not have the slightest strength to resist. They could only watch as they walked into death. None of the disciples present cared. There was a mocking expression on his face, without the slightest bit of sympathy. This was the time of death that was about to happen. To them, it was a bit of schadenfreude. This was because everyone here was from the East Palace. For many years, because of the competition between the four great palaces, they could not enjoy some of the resources of the Monster Palace. Even though the Monster Palace was now unified, they still held some grudges against the disciples of the Monster Palace East Palace. Therefore, when they saw so many Eastern Palace disciples about to be killed, they did not feel any pity, only joy. Someone even laughed and said, "The disciples of the Eastern Palace really don't know their own limits." A cold smile appeared on Murong Fu's face when he heard this. Bang! Just when everyone thought that all the Eastern Palace disciples were going to die today, a figure suddenly flashed, followed by a dazzling light. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded through the heavens and earth. What is this? What is going on? Everyone shuddered at the sight of this. Even Murong Fu was stunned. The light receded, and Su Yan's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone's stunned expressions. The moment they saw Su Yan's figure, everyone was stunned again. How is this possible? How can a mere one-star celestial phenomenon realm block the attack of a spiritual sea realm? What exactly is that defense? Everyone looked at the frosty light jumping on Su Yan's body, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Murong Fu looked at the ferocious expression on Su Yan's face and was slightly stunned. He kept shaking his head and said, How is this possible? How can you block my attack? Not only them, but Makaryu Ice and the others looked at Su Yan with a look of surprise on their faces. At the same time, they were also touched. Although they stood up for Su Yan today, they stood up for Su Yan because Su Yan's strength was not enough. Under Murong Fu's attack, everyone thought that they were going to die. They never thought that Su Yan would actually save them. They were actually saved by a one-star Emperor Realm cultivator. How could this not surprise them? The few of them had mixed feelings. At the same time, they were astonished. At the same time, they were touched, and even more so, they were suspicious. They doubted how Su Yan could block Murong Fu's attack. Pucci, at this moment, Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did the few of them come back to their senses. They hurriedly jumped up from the ground and went forward to support Su Yan. Su Yan, are you all right? The few of them looked at Su Yan with concern. I'm fine. Su Yan gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed the churning in his heart. Looking at Murong Fu's figure, he couldn't help but bitterly laugh in his heart. It seems that with my current strength, even the profound Ice Divine Shield is still unable to block Murong Fu's attack. The difference in strength is too great. He, a dignified Spirit Sea Realm expert, was actually blocked by a one-star Heaven Phase Realm expert. This is definitely a humiliation for Murong Fu, a great humiliation. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan with killing intent in his eyes. Thinking about how fast Su Yan's cultivation speed was, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Su Yan. Murong Fu suddenly roared, and was about to attack Su Yan. Be careful. Su Yan hurriedly warned. At the same time, the spirit energy in his body slowly surged. The moment the spirit energy surged, Su Yan immediately felt the blood in his body churning. Another mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. Su Yan, you rest first. Let us do the rest. Makaryu Ice and the others saw Su Yan's appearance and comforted Su Yan. The few of them stepped forward at the same time and blocked in front of Murong Fu. When Murong Fu saw that the few of them were blocking him without any fear, the smile on his face became even colder. His eyes flashed and he said with disdain, "A few scoundrels want to stop me? You're courting death." As he spoke, Murong Fu suddenly jumped up. With a wave of his hand, a magic treasure appeared. This magic treasure looked like a kasaya. The moment it appeared, it emitted countless rays of light. Obviously, it was not an ordinary item. Murong Fu waved his hand, and his posture suddenly swept out like a sharp sword, directly attacking Makaryu Ice and the others. The speed of the attack was as fast as lightning. The ray of light surged, and a violent energy instantly erupted. Swoosh! It tore through the void, and suddenly, countless sounds erupted. Be careful! Makaryu Ice and the others shouted at the same time, and the few of them scattered at the same time. Is it useful? When Murong Fu saw that the few of them dodged his attack, he coldly smiled. At the same time, he jumped up, and the kasaya in his hand suddenly expanded. But a loud sound rang out, and a powerful force erupted. It went straight for Makaryu Ice. When Dong Qinghao and the others saw this scene, they hurriedly took the opportunity to attack Murong Fu. But just as they took a step forward, a loud bang rang out. The force that flew over suddenly exploded in midair, and attacked the few of them at the same time. The speed of this force was too fast. Dong Qinghao could not dodge in time, and was directly sent flying. Dong Qinghao. Makaryu Ice had always been at odds with Dong Qinghao. But at this moment, when he saw Dong Qinghao being sent flying, his heart could not help but tighten. At the same time, he looked at Murong Fu with a vicious look in his eyes. Murong Fu, I'm going to kill you. Makaryu Ice roared. Holding the magic treasure in his hand, his body madly rushed forward. His hands formed into claws, and directly grabbed Murong Fu's throat. You overestimate yourself. When Murong Fu saw this, The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. His body moved, and he arrived behind Mu Lubing. With a clap of his hand, he sent Mu Lubing flying. Die! At the moment when Makaryu Ice was sent flying, Murong Fu had no intention of letting Makaryu Ice go. He shouted coldly, and his body suddenly pressed forward, waving the kasaya in his hand to attack Makaryu Ice. Senior Brother Mu. When Su Yen and the others saw this scene, their hearts tightened. They all wanted to go forward and save Makaryu Ice, but unfortunately, their strength was limited, and it was too late. They could only watch as Makaryu Ice was hit by Murong Fu. Bang! Just when everyone thought that Makaryu Ice was going to die, suddenly a figure slid past and blocked Murong Fu's attack. Everyone was stunned. Ming Ruofeng, its senior brother Ming Ruofeng. When Rat Li and the others saw this, their faces were immediately filled with excitement. They shouted, "Great! It's senior brother Ming Ruofeng. Now we don't have to be afraid of Murong Fu." Ming Ruofeng blocked Makaryu Ice. Makaryu Ice looked at Ming Ruofeng, and his heart was moved. He wanted to say something. However, Ming Ruofeng did not look at him. Instead, he turned his head and coldly looked at Murong Fu. Murong Fu looked at Ming Ruofeng's cold face, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. Ming Ruofeng, I didn't expect you to come and oppose me. Not bad in your Eastern Palace, other than Qin Luo, only you have some ability. But Ming Ruofeng, do you think you can stop me with a mere 4-star spiritual sea realm? You should know that I am a 6-star spiritual sea realm cultivator. Murong Fu said with contempt in his eyes. He did not put Ming Ruofeng in his eyes at all. Ming Ruofeng did not answer Murong Fu's words. He only coldly looked at Murong Fu. A light flashed in his eyes, and the spiritual qi in his body surged, bursting out with a powerful spiritual energy. Very good, very good. Murong Fu saw this and could not help but nod. At this time, Chu Linger and the others stood beside Ming Ruofeng. They each took out their own weapons and looked at Murong Fu. Murong Fu saw Chu Linger and the others and could not help but frown. If Ming Ruofeng did not make a move, perhaps he would not be afraid. Even if a few more divine emperors came, he would still not be afraid. However, now that Ming Ruofeng was here, although there was a 2-star gap between them, they were still in the spiritual sea realm. Chapter 267. Although Murong Fu was cruel and merciless, this did not mean that he was a reckless person. On the contrary, he was sinister and cunning. Murong Fu would never do things that he was not confident in. Looking at Ming Ruofeng and the others, Murong Fu smiled coldly, clapped his hands, and laughed. Very good, very good. Several powerhouses from the East Palace have come. Are you trying to bully me, Nangong Warren? As he spoke, several emperors of heaven suddenly appeared beside Murong Fu. These people were obviously from the Nangong Palace. Although the Monster Palace had been unified. However, after all, it had only been a short time. In addition, the enmity between the 4 great palaces had always been deep. How could it be resolved in a short time? Usually, everyone could still get along harmoniously for the sake of the Monster Palace's elders and the Monster Palace's palace master. However, today, because Makaryu Ice and the others wanted to save Su Yen, coupled with Ming Ruofeng's intervention. Obviously, the conflict between the 4 great palaces had been aroused here. The disciples of the East Palace and the disciples of the Nangong Palace each held a side. Although the disciples of the West Palace and the North Palace did not join the fight, each of them also held a side and were ready to move. No one knew when they would join this battle. When Su Yen saw this scene, he could not help but frown. He was now a disciple of the Monster Palace. The harmony between the 4 great palaces had always been the Princess of Chu's last wish. What Su Yen wanted to do was only to make the Monster Palace stronger. And the most basic element to make the Monster Palace stronger was to make the Monster Palace truly unified. Although the Monster Palace was now a huge sect in the outside world. But what about the real Monster Palace? In fact, the real Monster Palace was just a plate of loose sand. In the current state of the Monster Palace, if there was an external enemy invading, it would definitely be vulnerable. He looked at the several great palaces, each holding one side. Especially after seeing the Nangong disciples join in, Su Yan clearly saw the frown on Ming Ruofeng's face. Su Yan couldn't bear to see him like this. He couldn't bear to let this trial turn into a massacre for the great palaces. More importantly, it was all because of him, the palace master of the monster palace. Su Yan found it even more unbearable. As Su Yan thought about it, he slowly took out the shiny bone tablet from his waist. A bitter smile appeared on his face. It looks like I won't be able to obtain the right to enter the great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Enter the supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. This was something that Su Yan had been preparing for a long time. This time, Su Yan was even more determined to win. But who would have thought that such a thing would happen? If Su Yan wasn't the palace master of the Monster Palace, it would be fine. But since he was the palace master of the Monster Palace, he had to think for the Monster Palace. For the sake of the Monster Palace, in order to prevent the four great palaces from killing each other. Su Yan gritted his teeth and raised the shiny bone tablet in his hand. He shouted, "All of you stop." The people from several sides were about to attack when they heard Su Yan's shout. They all looked over. Murong Fu also looked over. A cold smile appeared on his face. "Su Yan, what tricks are you trying to play now?" "Murong Fu, don't you want to eliminate me?" Su Yan looked at Murong Fu's evil face and sneered. He raised the shiny bone tablet in his hand and slowly said, "Since you want to eliminate me, I'll crush this bone tablet now. That way you can stop." Su Yan. Makaryu Ice and the others hurriedly shouted when they heard Su Yan say that he was going to crush the bone tablet. Ratley also hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, don't." Although Murong Fu is strong, the disciples of the East Palace are not weak. We're not afraid of them. Today we'll fight with him. Su Yan heard the sincere eyes of Makaryu Ice and the others and knew that they were sincerely looking out for him. It was because of this sincerity that Su Yan made up his mind. This wasn't just for the Monster Palace. It was also for the many disciples of the East Palace. Because of the Princess of Chu, the East Palace was the palace that held the most power in the Monster Palace. However, the disciples of the Monster Palace were the weakest among the four great palaces. This caused the other three great palaces to have a deep grudge against the East Palace. Ignoring the fact that the strength of the East Palace disciples today was inferior to Nangong's. Even if he could defeat Murong Fu and the others today, Su Yan believed that the people from the other two great palaces would not sit still and wait for death. In the end, not only would Monster Palace's strength be weakened. Similarly, the disciples of the East Palace would not be able to escape this calamity. Su Yan had always been proud, but he was not conceited. He was also a brainless person. He knew very well the difference in strength between the two sides. This difference was not something he could make up for. Since he could not make up for it, he could only save it. And the best way to save it now was to eliminate it himself. The great Fey Ancient Pagoda. I'm afraid I'll miss it this time. Su Yan looked at the shiny bone tablet in his hand and slowly clenched his fists. The disciples of the East Palace tried to persuade Su Yan, but no matter how hard they tried, Su Yan had already made up his mind. Without any hesitation, he clenched his fists even tighter. Just as the bone tablet was about to be crushed, Su Yan suddenly felt a huge force coming from his arm. This unexpected attack caused Su Yan to be involuntarily stunned. Following that, Su Yan realized that his shiny bone tablet had flown out of his hand. In his shock, Su Yan hurriedly looked forward and saw that Dong Qinghao had appeared in front of him at some point in time. Although Dong Qinghao was seriously injured, he still maintained a cynical smile on his face. At the same time, one could see that he was holding Su Yan's shiny bone tablet. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. He asked, "Senior brother Dong Cheng, what are you?" Dong Qinghao did not answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he turned to Murong Fu and said, "Murong Fu, didn't you want to eliminate one person from my East Palace today? Then today I, Dong Qinghao, will eliminate myself first. This way, you can at least let my fellow disciples go." In fact, the reason why Murong Fu wanted to kill today was not only because of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda qualification fight. It was more because of Su Yan's astonishing cultivation speed that made Murong Fu feel fear. In less than half a year, he had gone from the spirit-channeling realm to the celestial phenomenon realm. Such a monstrous speed. Murong Fu did not dare to believe that if he was given a little more time, how much would he grow? It was even possible for him to break through to a level that no one could reach. It was because of this fear in his heart that Murong Fu wanted to kill Su Yan. And the matter of the domino was just an excuse. But now that Dong Qinghao had said so, Murong Fu could not say anything else. Although Murong Fu was arrogant and did not even put some elders in his eyes, he was still afraid of Princess Chu. After all, he still did not know much about Princess Chu. Although Murong Fu was somewhat unwilling, he still said, "Today, I am here for the elimination. Besides, our monster palace is now unified. The 4 palaces are not divided. If someone is eliminated now, open the barrier. I, Murong Fu, will naturally not make things difficult for the people from the East Palace." Good, very good. When Dong Qinghao heard Murong Fu's words, he laughed out loud and instantly crushed the domino in his hand. No, Su Yan wanted to stop him, but unfortunately he was one step too late. Dong Qinghao crushed the domino, and his domino fell into Su Yan's hand. Dong Qinghao was eliminated. Brother Dong Qing. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao's indifferent smile and felt bitter in his heart. He wanted to say something, but in the end he could not say a word. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan's sad expression and smiled. "Su Yan, go. This time, we have already discussed that we will ensure that you enter the top 10. So go. Dong Qinghao said and pushed Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao reluctantly as mixed feelings welled up in his heart. He did not understand why Dong Qinghao would give him so much. "Su Yan, go quickly. Remember, you must clinch a spot in the top 10 and bring glory to our East Palace." Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan's slow footsteps and shouted behind him. Upon hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Su Yan's body immediately trembled. He nodded and turned to look at Dong Qinghao and shouted, "Brother Dong Qinghao, don't worry. I will definitely clinch a spot in the top 10 today." As he spoke, Su Yan did not hesitate and quickly ran forward. Previously, when Su Yan came, he did not think of clinching a spot. All he wanted was to obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. But now, things were different. The reason why he was still standing was not only because of the hard work of his brothers, but also because of Dong Qinghao's elimination. With so many people working hard for him, just to clinch a spot in the top 10, Su Yan had to clinch a spot no matter what. The third trial was also the last trial. Although this was the simplest trial, which was just a competition of who reached the other side first, the rules that kept appearing here made the entire trial even more dramatic. However, no matter how dramatic it was, the final goal of this trial was still speed. This was because only by reaching the other side first would one be the strongest. Furthermore, no one knew what existed ahead. No one knew if there would be any more obstacles ahead. Only by rushing forward quickly and putting in a disdainful effort and sprinting quickly would one have a chance. Top 10. Su Yan looked at the main point of the other side as a resplendent glow burst out from his eyes. As the spiritual energy in his body circulated rapidly, he stepped on the sword dragon and pushed his speed to the limit. Although Su Yan had wasted a lot of time chatting with Dong Qinghao, he was still considered a latecomer. His speed was like a shadow gliding by, producing a series of whistling sounds. The disciples beside him could not help but be stunned as they looked at Su Yan's figure in surprise. What fast speed! How can he be so fast? Stop him! Chapter 268. Su Yan looked at the two two-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivators blocking him. His face immediately surged with a vicious aura. Although Su Yan was the palace master of Monster Palace, every disciple here was a disciple of his sect. However, Su Yan was disdainful towards such a shameless person. "You're courting death." Su Yan immediately shouted coldly. In an instant, he took out the Ghost Howl sword and directly attacked that person. The reason why that person wanted to stop Su Yan was because he saw that Su Yan was only a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. That was why he stopped Su Yan. Who would have thought that Su Yan would be able to burst out with such a powerful attack? They were immediately shocked and hurriedly retreated. Just as they retreated, Su Yan's figure had already slipped past them. The two of them were stunned again. Then, a disdainful smile appeared on their faces. I thought you were some kind of hero. So you're just a scoundrel. Su Yan happened to hear the two of them. He only smiled slightly and didn't care at all. What he was more concerned about now was whether he could obtain the top 10 position in this trial. And although Su Yan wanted to kill the two of them when he saw them just now. However, Su Yan was well aware that, given his present level of strength, killing off the two of them would still be somewhat difficult. Additionally, if he were to waste his time here, forget getting into the top 10, he might not even be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the extreme Yao Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, Su Yan didn't want to bother with them at all. As for everything they said, Su Yan believed that as long as he was given some time, he would let everyone know that he, Su Yan, was not someone they could bully. This wasn't because Su Yan wanted to dispute anything. It was because of the arrogance in a man's heart. The other side of the destination seemed to be in front of them, but when they really flew, they were hundreds of thousands of feet away. Clearly, elderly Tianyi had done something inside. Many people flew all the way and were eliminated after exhausting their spirit qi. Even those who were still persevering were becoming slower and slower due to the lack of spiritual energy in their bodies. Not only that, but because of the reduced speed, many people preferred to kill others. As long as these people were eliminated, there would be one less competitor. This was obviously a very good idea. Su Yan didn't want to stop others. But that didn't mean that no one would stop him. Although Su Yan's strength could be said to be the weakest here, because speed had always been Su Yan's strongest point, coupled with the existence of the Blood Dragon pupil, many Sky Realm experts might not be as fast as Su Yan. How can this brat's speed be so fast? He's only 1 star, yet he's actually faster than me. When a 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor saw Su Yan follow him, he was surprised. His eyes suddenly turned and revealed a fierce light. With a wave of his hand, he attacked Su Yan. When Su Yan saw the Emperor of Heaven Phase just now, he had already seen the mournful expression on his face. The moment his attack came, the Blood Dragon pupil suddenly turned and quickly retreated. His speed was as fast as lightning, causing the 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor to be stunned. So fast! The 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor looked at Su Yan in astonishment. At the same time, killing intent surged in his eyes. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, I advise you to be tactful and surrender obediently, lest I make a move. Although Su Yan dodged the attack of the 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor, he couldn't help but frown when he saw his strength. A 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor was not someone Su Yan could deal with his current strength. Looking at the many people running in front of him, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. I'll deal with this person. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Su Yan. Senior Ratley. When Su Yan saw that the person who came was actually Ratley, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Looking at Ratley's strength, he hesitated and said, Senior Ratley, can you really deal with him? After all, Ratley was only 1 level higher than Su Yan. He was a 2-star Heaven Phase Realm Cultivator, so it was quite difficult for him to deal with a 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor. It was no wonder that Su Yan was a little worried. Not only was Su Yan worried, the 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor also had a look of disdain on his face. He looked at Ratley and sneered, Brat, you want to stop me with your 2-star strength? Then give it a try. As he spoke, Ratley's body suddenly pressed forward, and a sharp attack directly attacked the 7-star Emperor. At the moment of the attack, Ratley saw that Su Yan was still standing and hurriedly shouted, Su Yan, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. If he wants to kill me, it won't be that easy. Just remember to get into the top 10. Hearing Ratley's words, Su Yan nodded heavily. He no longer hesitated and looked at the other side of the finish line. His eyes turned and revealed a bright light. He patted his storage bag and took out a spirit-gathering pill and swallowed it, instantly recovering a lot of spirit energy. At the same time, he circulated his qi and quickly flew forward. Along the way, there were still many powerhouses who tried to stop him, but there were disciples of the Eastern Palace who helped him block them. Makaryu Ice, Hao Fong, and even Chu Linger helped Su Yan. Looking at their sincere eyes, Su Yan couldn't say anything other than being moved in his heart. Moreover, Su Yan knew that it was useless to say anything now. If he wanted to repay them, the most important thing was to get into the top 10 this time. With the help of these people, Su Yan quickly arrived at the other side of the finish line. At the same time, Elder Li Tianyi's voice was heard. There was no other meaning behind it, but it was to announce that the top 9 powerhouses had been born. 9. When Su Yan heard this voice, he could not help but frown. Looking at the other side of the finish line, he gathered all his strength and rushed forward. There were a few powerhouses besides Su Yan. Those powerhouses looked at Su Yan with a disdainful smile. A mere 1-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator wants to compete with us? You're courting death. This person was a 9-star celestial phenomenon emperor. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a powerful attack directly attacked Su Yan. Not good. Su Yan cursed and hurriedly took a step back. Although this step back allowed him to avoid that person's attack, he was still a few dozen meters away from that person. At this final juncture, a few dozen meters was definitely fatal. The celestial phenomenon emperor looked at Su Yan and sneered. Kid, although you're fast, you're too weak. You don't have to fight for the last place in the top 10. Don't be happy too early. What about me? What about me? As that person spoke, in an instant, a few other experts with the strength of the celestial phenomenon realm also spoke up. The few of them glared at each other and snorted coldly. At the same time, they ran towards the finish line. They were also blocking and attacking each other. Even so, they didn't forget to fly forward. They were all at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, so their speed was naturally fast. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown as she thought to herself, if I were to catch up now, I'm afraid I would be attacked by a few people. The difference in strength between me and them is too great, I don't even have the chance to fight back. Su Yan knew very well that with her current strength, she was no match for these people. If he wanted to obtain the last spot in the top 10, he could only surpass them in speed so that they wouldn't have the chance to attack him. Speed, I'm only at the 1-star celestial phenomenon realm. Even if I have the blood dragon pupil, how can I surpass them? Su Yan looked at them and frowned. The few 9-star celestial phenomenon emperors continued to compete, and soon, the outcome was decided. A 9-star emperor revealed a victorious smile. Woo! At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly blew by. At the same time, Li Tianyi's voice sounded, 10th place, Su Yan. Su Yan. The few 9-star disciples who were competing for the 10th place were all stunned. Especially the disciple who had entered the finish line. He was dumbstruck and his face was filled with shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? When they reached the finish line, they saw Su Yan's figure standing in front of them. Looking at Su Yan's current appearance, their faces were filled with fear. Not only them, even the top 9 experts who had reached the finish line were shocked when they saw Su Yan's current appearance. Illusion technique. Murong Fu and the others looked at Su Yan in shock. How could this kid know the illusion technique? And it's in the shape of a dragon. Golden Mirage Dragon. How is this possible? Su Yan ignored the surprised expressions of others. Only when he heard Li Tianyi's voice did the corners of his mouth rise slightly. He looked back at the people who were still competing, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He took a deep breath and said to himself, I finally did it. Just now, when Su Yan saw that the person was about to enter the finish line, he thought that he had no chance. Finally, with his last breath, he used the Golden Mirage Dragon and used its dragon form to snatch the 10th place at the last step. He did not disappoint everyone's expectations. Su Yan, tell me, how did you master the Golden Mirage Dragon? Just when Su Yan was feeling happy, Murong Fu suddenly stepped forward and pointed at Su Yan. The killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. From the beginning, he knew about Su Yan's abnormal cultivation speed. In addition, Su Yan's abnormal frost defense. Now, with the Golden Mirage Dragon, Murong Fu was more and more afraid of Su Yan. Murong Fu had never felt this way before, but when he looked at Su Yan, Murong Fu actually felt some fear. Based on this fear, Murong Fu would definitely not let Su Yan live. Su Yan, you must die. Chapter 269. Su Yan looked at Murong Fu's sinister face, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a trace of a cold smile. He then turned around, not giving him any face at all, and directly ignored him. At the same time, he secretly left a mark in his heart. This Murong Fu must die. That's right, Su Yan was now the palace master of the Monster Palace, so he naturally hoped that his sect's disciples would become stronger and stronger. Murong Fu was the #1 person in Nangong Palace. Now that the entire Monster Palace was unified, he could also be said to be the strongest person in the entire Monster Palace. With such strength, it could be said that he was a rare talent. However, this person was sinister and overly selfish. It was impossible to guarantee that he would be loyal to the Monster Palace. Rather than keeping such a genius, it was better to let him disappear. Because keeping him would only be a scourge. Of course, Su Yan was also clear that with his current strength, even if there were 100 of them, they would not be a match for Murong Fu. Therefore, Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to him. Su Yan, you. When Murong Fu saw that Su Yan, a mere 1-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, actually dared to ignore him, a wave of anger immediately surged from his chest. At the same time, a strong killing intent erupted from his eyes. Go to hell. Murong Fu roared angrily, and suddenly attacked Su Yan. Murong Fu, don't forget that the trial is over. You dare to touch me. When Su Yan saw Murong Fu's attack, he did not panic and coldly said. Facing the powerful pressure of the spiritual energy, his eyes emitted a ray of light, and there was not the slightest trace of fear. What? When Murong Fu heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. The hand that was about to slap Su Yan's head suddenly stopped. Although he really wanted to kill Su Yan, it was just as Su Yan had said. Now that the trial was over, the entire Monster Palace was unified. If he killed Su Yan now, he would not be able to escape punishment from the Princess of Chu. Humph, Su Yan, just you wait. Murong Fu coldly shouted. He gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and left. Seeing Murong Fu leave, Su Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was no trace of fear on Su Yan's face, this did not mean that Su Yan was not afraid. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was simply too great. If Murong Fu were to go berserk, he would not stand a chance today. Therefore, Su Yan was betting that Murong Fu did not have the guts to kill him. After all, now that the Monster Palace was unified, all the rules had been changed. Killing fellow disciples could definitely be said to be a big taboo in the Monster Palace. It seems that I made the right bet. Su Yan watched Murong Fu leave. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a devilish smile. Although this was just an ordinary conflict, everyone was stunned. However, everyone at the side was stunned, especially when they saw Su Yan's calm expression. Each and every one of them was extremely astonished. Just now, when Murong Fu's spirit energy exploded, the disciples were all extremely worried. And Su Yan was only in the Sky Phase realm. Facing Murong Fu, an expert in the Spirit Sea realm, he was actually so calm. Who the hell is this kid? He actually has such wisdom. Yuan Taiqing looked at Su Yan's appearance and frowned slightly. He was the strongest person in the North Palace, so he deeply knew how terrifying Murong Fu was. Even if he faced Murong Fu, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Yet, a mere 1-star Sky Phase realm cultivator actually dared to challenge Murong Fu. This was truly unimaginable. Thinking of Su Yan's golden phantom dragon, Yuan Taiqing looked at Su Yan with an additional charm. At this moment, the trial disciples behind also reached the finish line one after another. When Li Tianyi's final voice sounded, Li Tianyi floated over. After saying a bunch of nonsense, he announced the top 50 people who had obtained the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. A soul-stirring trial had finally come to an end. And this trial also made Su Yan become a celebrity in the entire Supreme Demon Palace all of a sudden. A mere 1-star Sky Phase realm cultivator actually dared to challenge Murong Fu. And he even obtained the qualifications to be in the top 10. He also had the long-lost illusion technique. In just one night, Su Yan became the focus of the entire monster palace. To be honest, Su Yan didn't like this feeling. He preferred to live in seclusion in the dark and cultivate silently. This was because it was already late at night when the trial ended. In addition, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda had gone from 10 people to 50, so it still needed some adjustments. Before it opened, under Li Tianyi's announcement, everyone returned to their own residences to cultivate. This made the originally bustling East Palace quiet down. Su Yan originally wanted to return to his residence, but when he saw Dong Qinghao and the others, he frowned slightly. He stood up and said to them, "Senior brothers, today's matter has been resolved. Why don't we gather at my palace?" "Hey, this is a good relationship." Before anyone else could say anything, Dong Qinghao was the first to stand up and applaud. Although Dong Qinghao didn't obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate this time, the frivolous smile on his face still remained. There wasn't a trace of regret on his face. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but feel touched. Following that, he went to his palace with the others. TSKSK, this spirit palace is indeed the #1 palace. With such luxurious decorations, it's not something our palaces can compare to. Dong Qinghao praised the moment he arrived at the spirit palace. Following that, he shouted without holding back, "Good wine, good dishes, come up." Dong Qinghao shouted a few times, but no one came out. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he turned around and asked Su Yan, "Su Yan, why isn't anyone receiving you in your palace?" Receiving? Su Yan couldn't help but be taken aback as he looked at Dong Qinghao in confusion. Clearly, he didn't understand what he meant. When Dong Qinghao saw Su Yan's expression, he frowned. Following that, he looked at Su Yan in surprise and said in an exaggerated manner, "Su Yan, don't tell me that you don't have any servants in your spirit palace?" Servants. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he came to a realization. After Su Yan entered the spirit palace, there were indeed servants. However, they were Lu Lan in disguise. After that, the demonic sect attacked. Lu Lan was taken away, and Su Yan didn't think about servants. As a result, there were no servants in the spirit palace. Such a huge palace doesn't have any servants. What are you going to use to receive us? Dong Qinghao asked again. When Su Yan was asked this by Dong Qinghao, he didn't know how to answer. This was because entering the celestial realm was equivalent to entering the fasting period. As long as one had enough spirit energy, one wouldn't need to eat a single meal for a year. Usually, Su Yan was busy cultivating and didn't have the time to think about these things. There were no servants in the spirit palace, so there really wasn't any such thing. Sigh, forget it. Just get something from me. You guys wait for a while. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan helplessly and shook his head. Then he turned around and left. After a short while, he came back. Behind him was a servant who had been carrying things for a long time. There was wine and food, and a whole table was set up. Su Yan, how are you going to thank me? This table of food and wine costs a lot of spirit stones. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan evilly and smiled. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao's mischievous smile and smiled embarrassedly. He was about to take out the spirit stones and give them to him. But before he could take them out, Dong Qinghao waved his hand and said, forget it. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll give you this table of food. Come, everyone sit. After Dong Qinghao finished speaking, he unceremoniously put on the appearance of a master and invited everyone to sit. There weren't many people who came this time. Only the few people who entered the Blood Devil Cave and got rid of Ming Ruofeng. Only 5 people were left: Macario Ice, Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, Chu Linger, and Su Yan. Of the few people present, only Dong Qinghao had not obtained the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Although Su Yan wasn't good at speaking or socializing, he knew that Su Yan was not good at it. However, Su Yan knew that the main reason why Dong Qinghao had failed to obtain the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was because of him. Seeing the smile on his face, Su Yan felt a little upset. Senior brother Dong Cheng. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao and wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, Dong Qinghao spoke first. Alright, Su Yan, I know what you want to say. Today, let's not say anything. Let's drink. Drink? When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he frowned slightly. He looked at the wine cup on the table. To be honest, Su Yan had never drunk alcohol since he came to this world. Cheers. Dong Qinghao was the first to raise his wine cup and drained it. When he saw Su Yan frown, he teased, Su Yan, why aren't you drinking? Don't tell me you haven't drunk alcohol before. Indeed, I haven't. Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. Ha! Dong Qinghao immediately laughed again. Su Yan, I think you only remember to cultivate in this life. You have to remember that you should still enjoy life. Taste the good wine between heaven and earth, often eat the good food between heaven and earth. Life should be like this. With that said, Dong Qinghao picked up a dish from the table and ate it with relish. What should be enjoyed should be enjoyed. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he sighed in his heart. Sometimes, one couldn't just live for cultivation. Tonight I will also enjoy myself. Su Yan secretly said in his heart. He raised his wine cup and drained it. When they saw Su Yan start drinking, their anger suddenly became active. Obviously, Macario Ice, Rat Li, and even Chu Linger weren't drinking for the first time. After a few cups, everyone let go. They didn't talk about cultivation and only talked about romance. This was because they didn't use spirit energy when drinking. It was a competition of drinking capacity. After one night, everyone was almost drunk. Su Yan was even more drunk. Fortunately, because Su Yan was drinking in his own palace, he directly lay down on the bed and slept. It's rare to get drunk in life. Chapter 270. It's rare to get drunk in life. Watching everyone leave, Su Yan recalled what had happened during this period of time and couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. This feeling made Su Yan very unhappy, especially when he thought about how Dong Qinghao had lost the qualifications to cultivate in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda for him. This was what made Su Yan feel the most uncomfortable. Strength, all troubles come from strength. Su Yan thought as a resplendent light shot out from his eyes. Su Yan was on the path of cultivation. Although he had been on the verge of death several times, he had always been able to safely survive. This time's trial. Although Su Yan had obtained the 10th spot, he couldn't be happy. Because of the strength of those disciples, Su Yan felt an unprecedented pressure and a sense of powerlessness that he had never felt before. All of this powerlessness and pressure was because he was too weak. I want to become stronger. This was because no one cheated in drinking this time. They all relied on their own alcohol tolerance to drink. With the help of the alcohol, Su Yan loudly vented the desire in his heart. His eyes shot out a resplendent light before immediately contracting. The cultivation technique in his body slowly surged. That wisp of pure spiritual energy erupted from his body. The celestial phenomenon realm could be said to be a brand new step for warriors. Stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm was equivalent to controlling the power of heaven and earth. How could the power of heaven and earth be so easy to control? One-star celestial phenomenon realm awakened the body's perception of the power of heaven and earth. Su Yan was currently in this realm. And because Su Yan had advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm too suddenly, Su Yan had yet to truly feel the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth. Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique and slowly recalled the moment when he entered the celestial phenomenon realm. At that time, Su Yan originally wanted to condense his 9th Saint Vein. The condensation of the 9th meridian allowed him to step into the peak of the Saint Vein realm and enter the quasi-celestial phenomenon realm. Feeling the power of heaven and earth, then slowly fusing the 9 meridians and breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm. However, Su Yan did not. He only condensed 8 meridians and broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm. It could be said that Su Yan had condensed a new celestial phenomenon realm, which was different from others. And because Su Yan was in a hurry to participate in this trial. Su Yan, on the other hand, had never properly sensed the power of heaven and earth in his body. At this moment, Su Yan circulated his cultivation method and immediately felt the strange power in his body. Is this the power of heaven and earth? Su Yan felt the power in his body, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Although Su Yan had just reached the celestial phenomenon realm, Su Yan still had some understanding of the celestial phenomenon realm. He knew that after entering the celestial phase realm, he would be able to control the power of heaven and earth. As for the power of heaven and earth, it was divided into countless types of elements. Among them, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder were the main elements. However, when Su Yan felt the power in his body, he did not feel this power. Especially when Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique and felt the power of heaven and earth, Su Yan did not feel the existence of the surrounding elements. This element was different from spiritual energy. Although it was different, it could be said that it was slightly similar to spiritual energy. It was a miraculous power that existed between heaven and earth, but because martial artists had different feelings towards power, it was divided into different types of power. And if a celestial phenomenon emperor wanted to level up and break through the bottleneck, he would have to feel the existence of this power in his body and cultivate it together with the purest place in the world, the spiritual energy. If he couldn't feel the existence of this power, then even if he broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm, he would only be a useless heavenly star. The celestial phenomenon realm was divided into 1 to 9 stars. 1 to 3 stars in the celestial phenomenon realm, one could feel the existence of the power of heaven and earth. 4 to 6 stars in the celestial phenomenon realm, one could control the power of heaven and earth and instead cultivate the celestial phenomenon divine skill. 7 to 8 stars in the celestial phenomenon realm, one's control of the power of heaven and earth was even purer, reaching the divine effect of releasing it. Stepping into the 9 stars was another new era, reaching the point where one could absorb the power of heaven and earth for one's own use and transform it into the spirit sea. Therefore, stepping into the spirit sea realm and opening a new realm was also called the quasi-spirit sea realm. Because of the celestial phenomenon realm, one could feel the power of heaven and earth. Feeling 1 or 2 of these powers of heaven and earth was called the celestial phenomenon of stars. If one could control more than 3, they would be called the celestial phenomenon of moon. As for the celestial phenomenon of sun, no one had ever reached it and no one knew what it was. In addition to these 3, there was also the crippling celestial phenomenon. This kind of celestial phenomenon realm could only stay at the 1-star celestial phenomenon realm because he could not feel the existence of the power between heaven and earth. Could it be that I'm a crippling celestial phenomenon? Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique, but he did not feel the existence of the power of heaven and earth around him. His eyes couldn't help but fall into a state of confusion. Impossible? How could I condense the crippling celestial phenomenon? Su Yan muttered to himself, unable to accept this fact. But no matter how Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique, no matter how he felt the power around him, he could not feel the existence of any power at all. There was only the existence of that pure spirit chi, and other than that, there was no other power. This made Su Yan fall into a state of melancholy once again. After a few more attempts, Su Yan still could not feel the existence of the power of heaven and earth. He could not help but feel a bitter smile in his heart. The heavens would not treat me like this, actually letting me condense the crippling celestial phenomenon. Crippling celestial phenomenon realm, 1-star celestial phenomenon realm for life. Su Yan felt a burst of laughter as he thought about it. He had already suffered a blow from the spirit-gathering realm for life. Could it be that he would also suffer such a blow now? Unable to cultivate, forever staying at the 1-star celestial phenomenon realm. To a martial artist, this was definitely a fatal blow. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Even with Su Yan's outstanding intelligence, he could not accept this fact at this moment. Impossible, it is impossible for me to condense the crippling celestial phenomenon realm. Su Yan roared in a low voice. Coincidentally, he saw that there was still a bottle of strong wine on the table. In a fit of anger, he directly picked it up and drank it in one gulp. 1-star celestial phenomenon realm for life, ha! Su Yan laughed loudly and drank a few more mouthfuls. He was already a little drunk. In addition to this bottle of strong wine, He immediately became drunk and fell to the ground, asleep. The moment he closed his sleepy eyes, a burst of light suddenly condensed in Su Yan's sad eyes. An evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Crippling celestial phenomenon realm, I, Su Yan, will definitely not stay in this realm for the rest of my life. After saying that, Su Yan was completely drunk and fell into a deep sleep. Because this was the spirit palace, no one came to disturb Su Yan's sleep. However, just as he was sleeping, a strange power surged from Su Yan's dantian and turned into a black shadow that floated out from Su Yan's body. The black shadow slowly turned into an old man who looked like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Looking at the sleeping Su Yan, he frowned. Crippling celestial phenomenon realm, how is this possible? The celestial phenomenon realm was a legendary existence. The celestial phenomenon realm was the highest existence, and very few people had reached it. As for the celestial phenomenon realm, most people condensed the power of heaven and earth and entered the celestial phenomenon realm to control one or two types of power of heaven and earth. As for the crippling celestial phenomenon realm, in fact, this was also a legendary existence, because basically, it was impossible to condense the celestial phenomenon realm. It could be said that the crippling celestial phenomenon realm was an existence that was rarely seen in 100 years. The vicissitudes of life elder looked at Su Yan. He could not believe that such a once-in-a-century crippling celestial phenomenon realm would happen to Su Yan. How can a once-in-a-century genius be able to condense the celestial phenomenon realm? Does the heavens really want to destroy my Buddha sword sect? The vicissitudes of life elder looked at Su Yan with a sorrowful expression. Forget it. No matter what, since the Buddha sword sovereign chose him, he must have his reasons. Perhaps there will be a miracle? As the vicissitudes of life elder spoke, he turned into a shadow and entered Su Yan's body. That night, the battle for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda came to an end. Some people were happy, while others were sad. However, no matter what, the outcome was already decided. That night was destined to be a peaceful one. Although Su Yan knew that he was a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, he managed to get a good night's sleep due to the alcohol. The next day, the first ray of sunlight had just risen. Su Yan had already woken up. However, he did not want to open his eyes. He could not accept the fact that he was a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. At the same time, he did not know about the appearance of the black shadow last night. Crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. Su Yan smiled bitterly. His mind kept replaying the things he had to do. He kept replaying the humiliation he had suffered all this time. Su Yan had not been able to complete all these things. However, he had condensed a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. How could Su Yan accept this? He just lay there quietly for a long time. Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. They emitted a bright light as he shouted, "No! I can't fall like this. Puma. Su Yan, I'm a man. A man must have the pride, backbone, and dignity of a man. So what if I'm a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? I don't believe that I will stay at the one-star realm forever. I don't believe it. Su Yan roared. His eyes emitted a red light. At the same time, he jumped up from the ground and sneered, "Isn't it just a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? Isn't it just that I can't feel the power of heaven and earth? Isn't it that I can't cultivate? Then I, Su Yan, will embark on a new path of cultivation," Su Yan said in a low voice. Although his voice was soft, it was sonorous and powerful. If someone was here, they would definitely be influenced by Su Yan's ambition. Since I can't cultivate the power of heaven and earth, then I will cultivate my combat skills. Su Yan swept away the haze in his heart. He sat down cross-legged and silently recited the incantation. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate again. Since I can't feel the power of heaven and earth, I can take this opportunity to cultivate my combat skills. In fact, Su Yan did not have many combat skills. Besides the sword techniques that he had cultivated before, he only had the ice profound shield left. The sword technique was a combat skill for the Saint Vane realm cultivator. After stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm, because of the power of heaven and earth, if the sword technique was the same as the power of heaven and earth, it could be cultivated together. Chapter 271. I just want to do things that are different from ordinary people. Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique. He no longer had any haze in his heart because of the destruction of the celestial form technique. Instead, his eyes were like torches as he began cultivating all kinds of sword arts. After cultivating the sword arts, he began cultivating the mystic ice-cold shield. During the battle for the right to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan had used the mystic ice-cold shield to block Murong Fu's attack. Although Su Yan was injured as a result, the mystic ice-cold shield's strength was evident. Although that was the case, Su Yan knew that if Murong Fu had really used his full strength that day, his mystic ice-cold shield would not have been able to withstand it. The second layer of the mystic ice-cold shield could be said to be Su Yan's life-saving charm. This was because the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda needed to be rearranged and would open in 3 days. During these 3 days, Su Yan did not go anywhere. He focused on studying the mystic ice-cold shield. Needless to say, when Su Yan was cultivating the mystic ice-cold shield, he immediately realized that it could be upgraded. He had obtained the invincible golden body from the Su family's ancestral pagoda. Along the way, Su Yan had relied on this to walk out of the gates of hell countless times. The invincible golden body had undergone several changes. From the invincible golden body to the dragon blood ice fire shield, and now to the second layer of the mystic ice-cold shield. The defense could be said to be getting stronger and stronger. However, as Su Yan had always been pursuing strength, he had neglected cultivating the mystic ice-cold shield. After 3 days of cultivation, Su Yan had made a major discovery. I never expected the mystic ice-cold shield to be able to be upgraded. Su Yan looked at the frost glow on his body that was getting thicker and thicker. The corner of his mouth could not help but suffuse a faint smile. The haze that the destruction of the celestial form technique had left in Su Yan's heart dissipated at this moment. I wonder what kind of effects this mystic ice-cold shield will have when it is cultivated to the large success stage. Su Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the frost radiating from his body. If it was the invincible golden body, then it was passed down by the ancestors of the Su family. Su Yan knew that the invincible golden body would become stronger as his strength increased. But now, the invincible golden body had become the mystic ice-cold shield. Everything had changed. The profound ice-cold cover could still be cultivated. It was not something the invincible golden body could compare to. The mystic ice-cold shield was transformed from the invincible golden body. In fact, it could also be said that it was created by Su Yan. In the entire cultivation world, Su Yan was definitely the only one who knew how to use the profound ice-cold shield. Now that the profound ice-cold shield had changed, Su Yan could only rely on himself to study it. First order. Second order. Third order. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and carefully considered for a long time. A smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he nodded with satisfaction and muttered to himself, "Well, this profound ice-cold shield can be divided into 10 orders according to the strength of its defense. 10th order, then I should only be at the 3rd order. If I want to make it into the 10th order, I'm afraid it won't be done overnight." Su Yan muttered to himself. He was quite satisfied with the order of the profound ice-cold shield. At the same time, Su Yan was also clear about the difficulty of cultivating the profound ice-cold shield. After all, the profound ice-cold shield evolved from the invincible golden body. It could be said that Su Yan already had it when Su Yan first stepped into this world. However, it was only at the 3rd order. It could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate. Of course, this division was not done out of interest by Su Yan. Instead, it was done after careful consideration by Su Yan. It was definitely not done at will. Forget it. No matter what, with the current profound ice-cold shield and profound ice divine shield, it's still possible to withstand the full-powered attack of a 3-star celestial phenomenon realm warrior. 3-star celestial phenomenon realm. As Su Yan spoke, he looked out the window and saw the ray of dawn. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Today is the day the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda opens, right? With that said, Su Yan jumped up from the ground and flew towards the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Although Su Yan knew that he was a cripple of the celestial phenomenon realm, no matter how much the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda affected a warrior's cultivation, it was useless to him. However, this still could not stop Su Yan from heading to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. From the first day Su Yan knew of its existence, his heart was filled with anticipation. Of course, it was not because of the rich spiritual energy inside. One had to know that when Su Yan learned of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, he was still at the sacred bloodline realm. He comprehended it one by one, so the richness of the spiritual energy was of no help to Su Yan. The reason why Su Yan was looking forward to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Instead, he was interested in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Spiritual energy was a power bestowed by the world. It was distributed in every corner of the world, and the richness of the spiritual energy depended on the surrounding environment. The richness of the spiritual energy in different places was not much different. However, the spiritual energy inside the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was richer than anywhere else. When warriors cultivated inside, their speed would be several times faster. There was definitely something strange about it. Otherwise, how could it allow people to cultivate at such a godly speed? This was also the reason why Su Yan was looking forward to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan wanted to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda because he wanted to figure out what was inside. Although Su Yan was now the Monster Palace Lord and had some understanding of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, the entire Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was a secret to Monster Palace. This made Su Yan even more interested in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. At that moment, the entrance of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was already filled with people. Be it those who had obtained the qualifications or those who did not, all of them were gathered here. It was extremely lively. However, Su Yan was a disciple who had the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The moment he walked past, the disciples made way for him. At the same time, it made some disciples who did not know the truth look stunned and astonished. Hey, isn't that Su Yan? Isn't he at the sacred bloodline realm? How could he have the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate? What? The sacred bloodline realm is weaker than me? How could he have obtained the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? Amidst these words, a disciple who knew the truth immediately came forward to explain. What do you know? Su Yan is now a heavenly phenomenon realm expert. Furthermore, he obtained 10th place in this trial. 10th place? How is that possible? And when did he step into the heavenly phenomenon realm? That's right. How is that possible? When I saw him some time ago, he was only at the sacred bloodline realm. How could he reach the heavenly phenomenon realm so quickly? Upon hearing the explanation of those who knew the truth, the disciples' faces became even more astonished. All of them looked at Su Yan with astonishment in their eyes. Su Yan had given them too much of a shock. Su Yan did not respond to these words. It was not that Su Yan was pretending, but that Su Yan felt that there was nothing to be proud of. This was because Su Yan knew very well that there were many disciples who were stronger than him. Furthermore, the reason why Su Yan was able to obtain 10th place in the trial this time was because of the help of Dong Qinghao and the others. It was not Su Yan's strength that obtained it, so Su Yan did not feel that there was anything to be happy about. Su Yan. At this moment, Rat Li and the others saw Su Yan and walked over to him. The few of them had become much closer because of that night's drinking contest. Although this was a world where strength was respected, there was also true feelings in this world. In addition, everyone was a sentimental person to begin with, and they had fought together before, so they naturally came together. Although Su Yan was usually a man of few words, he did not lack that kind of passion in his heart. It was only because he had always been pursuing strength, coupled with the dangers of the world, he rarely interacted with others. Now that he could gain their friendship, Su Yan was very touched. Of course, while feeling touched, Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao and felt a little guilty. After all, Dong Qinghao had lost the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate because of Su Yan. Senior brother Dong Cheng. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao apologetically and was about to say something. However, before he could say anything, Dong Qinghao said, "Hey, Su Yan, if you're a friend, don't say anything." Upon hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Su Yan was touched once again as he nodded heavily. The friendship between friends was not something that could be expressed with words. Su Yan. At that moment, Dong Qinghao suddenly called out to Su Yan. He suddenly waved his hand as a wisp of spiritual consciousness entered Su Yan's mind. Su Yan was suddenly alarmed as he sensed the memories transmitted by the spiritual consciousness. His face was filled with shock as he stared at Dong Qinghao in disbelief with his mouth agape. Dong Qinghao, what about me? In contrast to Su Yan's shock, Dong Qinghao maintained his frivolous smile as he said disdainfully, "Su Yan, isn't it just a myriad manifestation divine skill? What's there to be shocked about?" What myriad manifestation divine skill? The surrounding people did not know what Dong Qinghao had transmitted to Su Yan just now. Now that they heard Dong Qinghao's words, they were all shocked, especially when they heard Dong Qinghao mention the myriad manifestation divine skill. Everyone was even more surprised. The myriad manifestation divine skill was a martial skill that could be cultivated after entering the celestial phenomenon realm. It was different from the cultivation of the saint bloodline realm because the myriad manifestation divine skill was the cultivation of the power of heaven and earth. No matter what realm one reached in the future, it could not be separated from the cultivation of the myriad manifestation divine skill. The myriad manifestation divine skill could be said to be priceless. However, Dong Qinghao played it down so casually. How could this not shock and surprise everyone? Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao's appearance and wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Just as Dong Qinghao said, the friendship between friends did not need words. Senior brother Dong Cheng. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao and then with a thought, a wisp of memory was transmitted into Dong Qinghao's mind. The moment Dong Qinghao sensed Su Yan's memory, the indifferent expression on his face disappeared. In exchange, he was surprised, shocked, and shocked. Chapter 272. Illusion Art. Everyone was stunned when they heard Su Yan's words. Their mouths were wide open for a long time. The illusion art was much more precious than the 10,000 elephant divine skill. If the 10,000 elephant divine skill was priceless, then the illusion art was priceless. After all, the illusion art was a secret art. Not to mention a cultivator, even some sects might not have mastered the secret art. However, the illusion art was so precious. In the eyes of Su Yan and Dong Qinghao, it was so understated. How could this not be surprising? What a good way to break the illusion art. Murong Fu happened to be next to them at this moment. When he heard Su Yan's words, he was immediately furious. During the competition, he had snatched the illusion art. However, at this moment, Su Yan gave it away so easily. This was definitely a naked insult to Murong Fu. Especially when Su Yan said it so disdainfully, Murong Fu felt even more humiliated. He looked at Su Yan with anger in his eyes. Su Yan looked back at Murong Fu. When he saw the angry look on Murong Fu's face, he could not help but smile. However, he did not pay attention to Murong Fu. If Murong Fu did not take the initiative to provoke him, Su Yan could not be bothered with him at all. Moreover, Su Yan knew that he was not Murong Fu's opponent yet. It was better not to provoke him. Murong Fu was the strongest disciple of Nangong sect. From the first day he entered Nangong sect, he was ranked as a genius disciple. When had he ever been humiliated like this? When had he ever been ignored like this? If it was someone stronger than him, it would be fine. However, Su Yan was only a one-star emperor of heaven. This made Murong Fu even angrier. However, Murong Fu did not lose his mind. He only looked at Su Yan and clenched his fists. He thought to himself, "Su Yan, just you wait. Just you wait. I, Murong Fu, will definitely consign you to eternal damnation." Su Yan ignored Murong Fu's thoughts. Instead, he looked at Dong Qinghao, who was still immersed in shock. He smiled and said, "All right, senior brother Dong Qinghao. Don't make a fuss over nothing. Aren't you unable to enter the great Fey ancient pagoda to cultivate? Then let's practice the illusion technique outside. Dong Qinghao nodded heavily and did not say any nonsense. Although Dong Qinghao was usually carefree, he was not good with words when it came to matters of the heart. It was not that he was not good with words, but Dong Qinghao knew that friendship was not something that could be expressed with words. "Hi, you are all here." At that moment, Elder Li Tiany's voice sounded from the horizon. With a flash, Elder Li Tiany's figure appeared on a high platform in front of all the disciples. Li Tiany could be said to have a high status in the Eastern Palace. He was the #1 person under Princess Chu. Of course, this was also because they did not know that Princess Chu had already perished. Li Tiany's authority was all because of Su Yan. The reason why Su Yan had given Li Tiany such great authority. In addition to Elder Li Tiany's strength, Su Yan was very satisfied with the arrangements made by Elder Li Tiany during the battle. This also made Su Yan think that Li Tiany was a talented person. At least, he could be absolutely assured that he would be in charge of some matters in the Monster Palace. In addition, Li Tiany was originally an elder of another palace. Now that he had suddenly been promoted, Li Tiany thought that all of this was given to him by Princess Chu. This made Li Tiany feel grateful. Su Yan believed that even if Elder Li Tiany could not be used by him in the future, he would definitely be loyal to the Monster Palace. In fact, no matter what Su Yan's current identity was, Su Yan still knew that the Monster Palace was just a passerby. He would leave one day. At that time, if Su Yan were to leave, the Monster Palace would naturally need some experts to manage the Monster Palace. Obviously, this Li Tiany was a rare talent. Therefore, Su Yan could now be said to have handed over the entire Monster Palace to Li Tiany. At the same time, he also announced the news that the Princess Chu was in seclusion. In addition, Li Tiany's ability to handle matters was outstanding. No one suspected that there was actually a hidden story behind it. I think everyone must be waiting anxiously. Li Tiany went from an elder of a palace to an elder of the entire Monster Palace. Naturally, he was in a good mood. From his face, it could be seen that he was radiant. The indescribable excitement in his heart could be seen. However, the moment his eyes looked at Su Yan, he could not help but frown. However, it was only fleeting. Even so, Su Yan still saw it. He thought about how Li Tiany had dealt with him during the trial. Now that Li Tiany was looking at him like this, he did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Although Su Yan was the palace master of the Monster Palace, Su Yan knew very well that with his current strength, he was not qualified to be the palace master. At the same time, he could not announce his identity as the palace master. If Li Tiany wanted to deal with him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. After all, Li Tiany was now the person in charge. If Li Tiany wants to deal with me, it will be troublesome. Su Yan looked at Li Tiany and frowned. He wanted to remove Li Tiany from his position as an elder, but when he thought about it, there were very few people in the entire East Palace who could be used. In addition, if he really removed Li Tiany's position as an elder, Li Tiany would definitely look for the Princess Chu. At that time, he would probably reveal when the Princess Chu had died. That would make things even more troublesome. Not to mention the Monster Palace, even Su Yan's life would be in danger. Forget it. I'll deal with it as it comes. I believe this Li Tiany will more or less be afraid of the Princess Chu. Su Yan could only comfort himself. After all, Su Yan's strength was just too weak. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan's desire for strength surged in his heart. However, when he thought of his useless celestial form, he felt a little depressed. The great Fey ancient pagoda has opened. At this moment, Li Tiany looked at everyone and waved his hand as he shouted. There was no usual? Gathering? Alliance? Bloodthirsty and converging? Jsi? Ahem suadong? Xian chi kukuhui shuadong? Kukukaluan pan? Pan? Su Yan was stunned when he heard Li Tiany's words. After all, those who were familiar with Li Tiany knew that Li Tiany was a Luli? From the porthole? Zhanfeng? Zhanfeng Jia? Lu Shi. My staff merciful thoughts fly? Orderly Wanwei Huan Zhao Shua yes. When he saw everyone walk into the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan came to his senses and followed the crowd. The Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda was called a pagoda. However, it was not a real tower. Similarly, it was not built from the sky, but from the ground. The Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda was divided into 10 levels. The further down one went, the denser the spirit chi became. Of course, the denser the spirit chi was, the more dangerous it was. That was because the further down one went, the higher the temperature would be, even surpassing the heavenly flames. Most people would only be able to cultivate at the 5th or 6th level. The highest was only Qin Luo, who had stepped into the 7th level. This was because Su Yan had Princess Chu's memories. Although it was his first time entering the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. It was just that he had experienced it in the past. Just by relying on his memories, he didn't feel much. When Su Yan entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, he immediately felt the rich spiritual energy assail his nostrils. He immediately felt refreshed. The Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda indeed lives up to its name. Su Yan could not help but praise in his heart. Elder Li Tianyi's modifications are quite decent. At that moment, Rat Li suddenly spoke. Upon hearing Rat Li's words, Su Yan looked around and did not find anything wrong. He was stunned and turned back to ask, "Senior brother Rat, what modifications are there?" "Junior brother Su, you might not know this, but the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda did not have these rooms in the past. These rooms were clearly added by Elder Su Yan in the past 3 days." As Rat Li spoke, he pointed at the surrounding rooms and explained to Su Yan. "Look, Heavenly Room 1 is the place with the densest spiritual energy on this floor. On the other hand, the other side is relatively weaker. Therefore, you can tell that Elder Li Tianyi has indeed spent quite a bit of effort on this modification." Rat Li pointed at the rooms, clearly very satisfied with Elder Li Tianyi's arrangements. Although Su Yan had some memories of the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, he had never entered it before. Therefore, he was not as clear about the layout as Rat Li, who had entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. Upon hearing Rat Li's explanation, Su Yan looked at the decorations around him. He was even more impressed with Elder Li Tianyi's management skills. This also made Su Yan feel even more conflicted. After all, Su Yan still did not know if Elder Li Tianyi would deal with him. Although Elder Li Tianyi's decorations are ingenious, I wonder how he will distribute the rooms among us. At that moment, Chu Linger voiced her doubts. In fact, this was also a question on everyone's minds. And at that moment, Li Tianyi's figure appeared in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda. Li Tianyi looked at everyone's doubts and seemed to have guessed what they were thinking. He laughed and said, "Are all of you wondering how to cultivate with so many rooms? The Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda is the best cultivation ground in our Monster Palace. And all of you are the cream of the crop among the Monster Palace disciples. Therefore, all of you are qualified to cultivate here. Of course, cultivating here does not mean that all of you are qualified to cultivate here. Every month, if other disciples have the ability to challenge you and succeed, they will replace you and enter the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. Not only that, but there is also competition in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda." After Li Tianyi said that, he pointed at the rooms and smiled. "Do you see that? These rooms are what all of you are fighting for in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda. Every level has 10 rooms, and each room has a different concentration of spiritual energy. It's up to you to choose which room you want to enter to cultivate." Chapter 273. Competition. When everyone heard Li Tianyi's words, they could not help but be stunned. Everyone thought that after entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, they would all cultivate the same way. Who would have thought that there would be competition in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? Su Yan was also surprised by Li Tianyi's decision. However, Su Yan quickly understood. By doing this, it could be said that it could greatly increase the pressure between the disciples, reducing some of the extravagance and indulgence, allowing the strength of the disciples of the Supreme Demon Palace to rise to a higher level. Su Yan was more and more appreciative of Li Tianyi's talent. However, as soon as Li Tianyi started speaking, Su Yan felt Murong Fu's sinister gaze. Su Yan could not help but frown. After all, Su Yan was very clear about Murong Fu's malice towards him. If there was competition in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Murong Fu would definitely not let him off so easily. Although Su Yan was not afraid of Murong Fu, the difference in strength between the two of them was obvious. The current Su Yan was no match for Murong Fu. If Murong Fu really wanted to deal with him, he would not stand a chance in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Just as Su Yan was worrying, Li Tianyi suddenly said, "Although there is competition here, you must remember that you are all disciples of Monster Palace. You should be harmonious between fellow disciples. Competition is fine, but if anyone wants to harm another disciple, then don't expect me to be merciless." Although Li Tianyi's words were not loud, they were sonorous and forceful. There was a faint sense of majesty in them. In fact, although Li Tianyi was now in a high position in Monster Palace, Li Tianyi was only an elder in the West Palace. Many disciples were not familiar with him, so there was no respect for him. However, following Li Tianyi's words, everyone felt their bodies tremble. This was especially true for Murong Fu, who was the pride of Nangong Tian. In addition, even the elders in Nangong Tian weren't as strong as him. Hence, Murong Fu didn't care about the position of an elder. Now that the Monster Palace had merged, Murong Fu was only afraid of Princess Chu. He did not put Li Tianyi in his eyes at all. However, Li Tianyi's words, especially the light in Li Tianyi's eyes, made Murong Fu's body and mind tremble. This was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. When Li Tianyi saw the expression on Murong Fu's face, he retracted the murderous aura on his face and revealed a smile. When his gaze swept across the crowd, it landed on Su Yan and he even nodded at him. The others might not have seen this fleeting scene. However, Su Yan saw Li Tianyi's expression. When he saw his gaze, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Who was Su Yan? He was a genius who had lived 2 lives. How could he not understand the meaning in Li Tianyi's eyes? The meaning in Li Tianyi's eyes was clearly telling him not to worry. In addition, he looked at Murong Fu with a serious expression just now. Clearly, Li Tianyi was helping him. Didn't Li Tianyi want to deal with me? Why is he helping me now? Su Yan looked at Li Tianyi and frowned slightly. He was very puzzled. Bang! At this moment, some of the surrounding disciples could not wait to snatch the cultivation rooms on the 1st level. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was divided into 10 levels. The lower one went, the denser the spiritual energy contained inside. Similarly, the lower one went, the more intense the heat would be. Although all the disciples wanted to go down to the next level, they knew their limits. Some of the disciples knew that their strength was not enough to go deep into the 2nd level, so they all gathered at the 1st level and began to snatch the rooms on the 1st level. Of course, most of the people fighting for the 1st level were at the 4-star celestial phenomenon stage. As for the others, they were all looking at the stairs leading to the 2nd level. The 2nd level. I wonder how far I can go with my mystic ice-cold barrier. Su Yan looked at the stairs leading to the 2nd level. His eyes revealed a resplendent light. After all, Su Yan was only crippling the celestial phenomenon stage. Crippling the celestial phenomenon stage meant that no matter how abundant the spiritual energy was, it had no effect on Su Yan. No matter where he cultivated, it was the same to Su Yan. However, Su Yan's real goal in coming to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was not to cultivate, but to explore the secrets that existed within the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The moment he entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, the scorching heat around him made Su Yan realize that the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was definitely not that simple. At the same time, Su Yan also knew that if he wanted to figure out the secrets of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, he had to go deep inside. He definitely could not find any secrets about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda in the 1st level. Su Yan, let's go. At this moment, Ratley, who was standing beside Su Yan, asked. Su Yan was stunned when he heard this. After all, Su Yan was only a 1-star sovereign celestial phenomenon stage. Logically speaking, it would be difficult for him to stay on the 1st level to cultivate. How could Su Yan not be surprised that Ratley was inviting him to go down? When Ratley saw Su Yan's expression, he smiled and said, Su Yan, although you are the weakest here, I believe that you will definitely not be content to cultivate here. When Ratley said this, Mikaryu Ice and Chu Linger, who were standing beside him, also cast looks of trust at him. The trust between friends touched Su Yan. Looking around, he saw that the other disciples who felt that they had the strength to enter the second level had already gone down. Su Yan did not hesitate as he nodded and said to the three of them, "Let's go to the second level." Mikaryu Ice and company nodded and followed Su Yan to the second level. As the few of them walked down the second level, Li Tianyi looked at their backs and the corners of his mouth curled up. He revealed a sinister smile. "Su Yan, I hope you will not let me down. As long as you are not eliminated in the next round, I will bestow upon you my illusion art." With that said, Li Tianyi looked at the few people vying for the first level. He shook his head and turned to leave the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan naturally did not know about this. He was more concerned about which level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda he could enter. When he reached the second level, Su Yan suddenly felt the heat beside him become more intense. He even found it difficult to breathe. Su Yan immediately circulated his qi and activated the Mystic Ice Cold Barrier. The moment the Mystic Ice Cold Barrier surged, a frosty feeling came as it adapted to the heat of the second level. Rat Li and company looked at Su Yan's frost-colored barrier. Although they were surprised, they did not ask any questions. All they did was nod slightly and head to the third level. They went all the way down until they reached the fifth level before stopping. "I can't take it anymore. If we go to the next level, I definitely won't be able to take it." Rat Li was the weakest among them. He reached the fifth level and did not follow the others' footsteps. After Rat Li said that, Chu Linger shook her head and said, "Su Yan, I can't go down either." Only Mikaryu Ice was fine. Su Yan looked at the two of them and frowned. Originally, he wanted to let them enter his profound ice-cold shield together. However, after hesitating for a while, he did not say it in the end. After all, there was only one person on the path of cultivation. Even if he could help them now, it was impossible for him to help them in the future. Furthermore, Su Yan did not know the true mysteries of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Further down, Su Yan was not sure if his Mystic Ice Cold Barrier could withstand it. "Junior brother Su, senior brother Rat Li and I will cultivate here. You and brother priest can go down." Chu Linger saw that Su Yan was in a difficult position and said considerately. This touched Su Yan's heart. At the same time, Su Yan no longer hesitated. He nodded and walked down with Mikaryu Ice. Su Yan followed Mikaryu Ice down, forgetting that Rat Li was actually only a 4-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. In terms of strength, he could only cultivate in the first or second level, but Rat Li was able to come here. "Su Yan, we really didn't misjudge you." Normally, Mikaryu Ice was also a man of few words. Now that he saw that Su Yan was able to reach this place with only the strength of a 1-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, Mikaryu Ice couldn't help but praise him. "I'm only relying on the Mystic Ice Cold Barrier on my body." When Su Yan heard Mikaryu Ice's words, he looked at the Mystic Ice Cold Barrier on his body and smiled. Towards Mikaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, Chu Linger, and Rat Li, Su Yan now had absolute trust, and there were some things that Su Yan did not hide from them. "Yes." When Mikaryu Ice heard his words, he nodded and did not waste any more words. He followed the two of them to the 6th level before stopping. "Su Yan, I can't do it anymore. With my strength, I can only cultivate on the 6th level." Mikaryu Ice stopped and said to Su Yan, "Yes." Su Yan nodded and did not say anything. After all, there were very few people who could reach the 6th level. "Su Yan, in the Blood Devil Cave, I was actually still a little unconvinced by you. However, the shock you have given me now truly makes me, Mikaryu Ice, admire you. I believe that the Princess of Chu did not choose the wrong person. As long as you have a few more days, you will definitely surpass everyone's existence." Mikaryu Ice looked at the stairs leading to the 7th level and said to Su Yan. Hearing Mikaryu Ice's words, Su Yan only smiled bitterly and did not reply. After all, Su Yan knew very well that he was only a crippled celestial phenomenon. "Su Yan, I can only cultivate here. You can still go 1 level down and reach the 7th level." Mikaryu Ice did not mind when he saw that Su Yan did not reply. Instead, he said, the 7th level can be said to be a new watershed in the great demon ancient pagoda. After reaching the 7th level, the heat it contains is not something the 6th level can compare to. This is also why Qin Luo is the only one who has resisted the 7th level in hundreds of years. However, now that the Monster Palace has been unified, and in addition to the fact that we have not seen Murong Fu and the others in the 6th level, they have also reached the 7th level. You only have the strength of a 1-star celestial phenomenon, so you have to be careful when resisting the 7th level. Chapter 274. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was actually not that big. Through Elder Li Tianyi's modifications, each level only had a dozen or so cultivation rooms. However, in the first few levels, each level was filled with people. By the 5th level, there were fewer and fewer people on each level. There were only a few people on the 6th level. In this situation, there was less competition for cultivation rooms. Therefore, Macario Ice did not hold back when speaking to Su Yan. He spoke whatever was on his mind. He did not think much of what Macario Ice had said previously. Later on, Macario Ice's words of advice touched Su Yan's heart. He nodded solemnly at Macario Ice. Under Macario Ice's gaze, he resolutely walked up the stairs to the 7th level. In fact, even if Macario Ice did not say anything, Su Yan knew that the 6th and 7th levels of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda were a watershed in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. It could be said that the heat one had to endure while cultivating on the 7th level was much stronger than on the 6th level. This was also the 7th level. For hundreds of years, only Qin Luo had reached the 7th level. However, due to the unification of the Monster Palace, the strength of all the Monster Palace disciples had become stronger. With this, the stalemate was broken. At this moment, the 7th level was no longer exclusive to Qin Luo. Many people had gathered there. Murong Fu from the Southern Palace, Yuan Taiqing from the Northern Palace, Lei Gao from the Western Palace, Ming Ruofeng from the Eastern Palace, and a Southern Palace disciple, Sun Chu, were all gathered there. First Heaven Room. Murong Fu looked at the room in the middle. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When he looked at the three of them, he sneered, "Do the three of you want to compete with me for the First Heaven Room?" The three of them could be said to be the strongest disciples in the 4 great palaces. They were all at the spiritual sea realm. When they heard Murong Fu's words, they were unconvinced. On the other hand, that Sun Chu quickly made a statement. "Senior brother Mu, the reason why I, Sun Chu, am able to come here to cultivate is because I have received a lot of guidance from you. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to compete with you. Not only that, if any of these people want to compete with you, I, Sun Chu, will also lend a hand." Sun Chu was originally from Nangong. Before the Monster Palace was unified, he was already Murong Fu's follower. Although his declaration was said to be a declaration, it was actually a form of mockery towards the other 3. It was obvious that he was implying that there were 2 people from Nangong present in the 7th layer. Ming Ruofeng and the others frowned when they heard Sun Chu's words. They were the strongest of their respective palaces and had never been oppressed like this before. Naturally, none of them were willing to admit that they were inferior to Murong Fu. "Murong Fu, the others may be afraid of you, but I, Yuan Taiqing, am not." Yuan Taiqing took the lead and stepped forward. He looked at Murong Fu and sneered, "Murong Fu, today, if you have the strength, I, Yuan Taiqing, will naturally let you have the Sky Room 1. If you don't, then don't blame me." While speaking, Yuan Taiqing took the lead and rushed towards the Sky Room 1. "If you want the Sky Room 1, you'll have to get past me first." Sun Chu saw Yuan Taiqing rushing towards the Sky Room 1 and quickly stepped forward to stop Yuan Taiqing. "Get out of my way!" Yuan Taiqing shouted coldly. The cultivation technique in his body suddenly activated, and a majestic force suddenly attacked Sun Chu. Sun Chu saw this and did not want to be outdone. He snorted coldly, and his whole body suddenly erupted with a powerful force. Although he was not the strongest of the 4 palaces, Sun Chu was not weak. However, Sun Chu's strength wasn't weak at all. He wasn't any weaker than Yuan Taiqing, the strongest person in the North Court. "Don't forget about my existence." At this moment, Lei Gao, who had been standing still, shouted coldly. At the same time, his body moved, and he rushed towards the sky room one like a ghost. Good. Since you all want this room, then don't blame us for being impolite. While speaking, Murong Fu suddenly jumped up, and a burst of bright light exploded from his body. The light overflowed, and contained a trace of majestic force. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked at this sight. Rank 7 Spiritual Sea Realm. This Murong Fu actually reached the rank 7 Spiritual Sea Realm. He is indeed powerful. Ming Ruofeng saw this scene from the side and could not help but be shocked. He then looked at the other three and frowned. Murong Fu, rank 7 Spiritual Sea Realm. Yuan Taiqing is not weak either, reaching the rank 6 Spiritual Sea Realm. Lei Gao is also at the rank 6, Sun Chu is at the rank 4, and I am only at the rank 4. When Ming Ruofeng saw the strength of these people, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Before the Monster Palace was unified, everyone knew that the East Palace was the weakest of the 4 great palaces. However, because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, the East Palace was the strongest of the 4 great palaces. None of the East Palace disciples were willing to admit that they were weaker than others. Ming Ruofeng, as the second strongest of the East Palace, had always thought that he would not lose to others. However, now that he saw the strength of the 4, he could not help but be amazed. After all, the difference in strength was right in front of him. Ming Ruofeng originally wanted to give up on the Sky Room one, but for some reason, Su Yan's determined eyes suddenly appeared in his mind. Ming Ruofeng suddenly froze. Then, he looked at the Sky Room one and felt a surge of heat in his body. Although the Monster Palace is unified now, the 4 great palaces still exist. No matter what, I have to regain some face for the East Palace today, Ming Ruofeng thought to himself, and the spirit in his body suddenly surged. He rushed toward the Sky Room one. Ming Ruofeng, you actually dare to compete with me? Then I'll start with you today. Murong Fu saw that Ming Ruofeng dared to compete with him for the Sky Room one. Anger suddenly surged in Ming Ruofeng's body. With a cold shout, the boundless spiritual energy suddenly charged toward Ming Ruofeng. Bang! That powerful force surged forward like a huge wave. Ming Ruofeng suddenly frowned and shouted softly. The spirit in his body suddenly circulated quickly, and his body quickly retreated, dodging Murong Fu's attack. At the same time, Murong Fu patted his storage bag, and in an instant, a magic treasure appeared in his hand. Ming Ruofeng was very clear about the difference in strength between himself and Murong Fu. If he wanted to win against Murong Fu, then he had to use a surprise attack. When the magic treasure appeared, Ming Ruofeng's body suddenly poured a burst of pure spirit into the magic treasure. In an instant, a powerful energy surged, like a huge dragon, and directly bombarded Ming Ruofeng's body. You overestimate yourself. Seeing this, Murong Fu sneered disdainfully. Then, the cultivation method in his body circulated, and suddenly, a burst of majestic spirit surged. Break! Murong Fu shouted coldly, and suddenly, his palm directly bombarded the energy formed by Ming Ruofeng's huge dragon. Suddenly, a loud sound surged, and the huge energy fluctuated, letting out a series of loud sounds. What a powerful force! Seeing this, the people at the side could not help but be stunned. Ming Ruofeng felt a surge in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A mere 4th stage spiritual sea realm cultivator wants to fight with me for the first heaven cultivation room? Because of the Monster Palace's rules, Murong Fu did not attack Ming Ruofeng ruthlessly. He coldly glanced at Ming Ruofeng, then turned to look at Lei Gao and sneered, Lei Gao, do you want to end up like Ming Ruofeng? Lei Gao was also the strongest person in the palace. But in front of Murong Fu's current power, he seemed so weak. I give up. Although Lei Gao was unwilling, he still gritted his teeth and gave up fighting for the first heaven cultivation room. Seeing this, Murong Fu smiled with satisfaction. He turned to look at Sun Chu, who was still fighting with Yuan Taiqing, and sneered again. Yuan Taiqing, do you think you still have a chance to fight with me? Murong Fu, even if I'm not as strong as you, don't think that I'll obediently give up the first heaven cultivation room. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Yuan Taiqing was much more unyielding than Lei Gao. Although he knew very well that he might not be a match for Murong Fu, He would not allow himself to be captured without a fight. A man should have a man's pride. Go to hell! Yuan Taiqing roared angrily. Suddenly he waved the magic treasure in his hand, and a bright light burst out, attacking Sun Chu directly. His speed was as fast as lightning. Although Sun Chu was also very strong, Yuan Taiqing was still slightly stronger. Under Yuan Taiqing's move, Sun Chu could not dodge in time and was directly sent flying. Seeing his little brother sent flying, Murong Fu was instantly enraged. Yuan Taiqing, you're courting death. With a cold shout, Murong Fu suddenly leaped up and attacked Yuan Taiqing's back with a single move. This move was unexpected and ferocious. In addition, Murong Fu's strength was already stronger than Yuan Taiqing. Yuan Taiqing could not react in time and was directly sent flying. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood gushed out. A bunch of motley crew wants to compete with me for the first heaven cultivation room? Murong Fu looked at the three defeated people with disdain in his eyes. He swept his gaze around, full of majesty. Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng heard Murong Fu's words and looked at him with reluctance in their eyes. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, Murong Fu was too strong. Murong Fu saw their unconvinced eyes and sneered. Don't look at me like that. If you know what's good for you, maybe I'll let you cultivate here. Otherwise, I'll make you scram to the 6th floor. Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng were both geniuses. When had they ever been humiliated like this? When they heard Murong Fu's words, a wave of anger surged between them. They pointed at Murong Fu and shouted at the same time, Murong Fu, don't be so smug. I don't want to stay in the 7th floor. With that, the two of them prepared to go to the 7th floor. They would rather die than be humiliated. However, Murong Fu did not intend to let them go so easily. He let out a sinister smile and said, Hee hee, why don't you want to stay in the 7th floor? Do you want to go to the 8th floor? Do you think you're strong enough? Chapter 275. Although the footsteps weren't loud, the great demon ancient pagoda itself was a sealed space. This time, the sound of the footsteps was especially ear-piercing. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the footsteps at the same time. Looking at the staircase leading from the 7th floor to the 8th floor, everyone was stunned. The moment they saw the figure appear, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Su Yan. When everyone saw the figure clearly, they were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe that Su Yan could reach the 7th floor with just the strength of a 1-star celestial phenomenon realm. Just now, they had reached the 7th floor. They had already thought about it. Only the 4 of them could come to the 7th floor. They never expected that there would be someone else coming. Especially when they saw that Su Yan's footsteps didn't stop even after reaching the 7th floor. No one could accept this fact. Especially Murong Fu. The reason why Murong Fu made fun of Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng was because he thought that among the disciples of Monster Palace, no one else could enter the 8th floor other than himself. How is this possible? How is this possible? This kid is only at the 1-star celestial phenomenon realm. How can he reach the 8th floor? How is this possible? Murong Fu kept growling in his heart. He couldn't accept the scene in front of him. Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng couldn't accept this fact either. However, when they saw Murong Fu's ugly expression, the two of them laughed. The number 1 person in Monster Palace? So you can only stay at the 7th floor and don't have the ability to reach the 8th floor. What a joke, what a joke. Yuan Taiqing looked at Murong Fu and suddenly laughed. Murong Fu was already feeling uncomfortable. When he heard Yuan Taiqing's words, he suddenly felt a surge of anger. Su Yan, you must die. Murong Fu shouted. The spirit energy in his body suddenly circulated. He leaped and attacked Su Yan with his palm. Not good. Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng panicked when they saw this. They didn't have much feelings for Su Yan. However, the appearance of Su Yan as well as the fact that Su Yan was able to reach the 8th level gave this arrogant Murong Fu a heavy blow. This made them stand on the same line. Now that they saw that Murong Fu wanted to kill Su Yan, the two of them were shocked. They simultaneously circulated their cultivation techniques and quickly rushed forward, blocking in front of Su Yan. Bang! Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng worked together to block Murong Fu's attacks. Su Yan also came to a sudden realization. Because it was Su Yan who had entered the 7th level alone, Su Yan had been carefully resisting the intense heat of the 7th level and had not carefully observed the situation of the 7th level. However, when he suddenly saw Murong Fu's attack, he suddenly came to a realization. Seeing that Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng had blocked the attacks for him, Su Yan felt a burst of gratitude in his heart. He wanted to say something. Unfortunately, Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng both ignored him, so Su Yan could only give up. He looked back at Murong Fu and saw the murderous intent surging in his eyes. He couldn't help but frown slightly. When Murong Fu saw Ming Ruofeng and Yuan Taiqing blocking in front of him, his face suddenly sank. He shouted, "Yuan Taiqing, Ming Ruofeng, do you two really want to go against me today?" "Murong Fu, I don't want to go against you, but I want to uphold the rules of the Monster Palace." Yuan Taiqing smiled coldly. He didn't give Murong Fu any face. Ming Ruofeng was also the same. He directly ignored Murong Fu. Murong Fu looked at the two's attitude and suddenly became angry. He looked at Su Yan, the murderous intent in his eyes thickening. He smiled coldly, and then the cultivation technique in his body suddenly circulated rapidly. His body suddenly surged with a bright light. A huge amount of energy followed the fluctuation. Not good. When Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng saw this, they couldn't help but frown. They secretly said to themselves, and their bodies took a step back. Su Yan also frowned when he felt the powerful energy surging towards him. Go to hell. The moment Murong Fu's spiritual energy surged, he suddenly shouted. He instantly pushed out his hands, and a powerful energy erupted. It swept over like a stormy sea. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Heavenly Reflection. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Yuan Taiji. When Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng saw Murong Fu's powerful energy, they hurriedly waved their hands and silently recited the chant. In an instant, 2 huge amounts of energy erupted and directly met Murong Fu's attack. The Yuan clan's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill and Heavenly Reflection Divine Skill are quite something. When Murong Fu saw Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng attacking at the same time, he frowned slightly, but soon returned to his usual cold smile. These 2 10,000 Elephant Divine Skills are very powerful, but you two are too weak. You haven't cultivated enough, so you still lack some maturity. Murong Fu sneered and suddenly waved his hands. When he was reciting the chant, the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings seemed to riot and directly poured into Murong Fu's hands. As Murong Fu waved his hands, a huge spiritual energy ball immediately formed in front of Murong Fu. Today, I'll show you my Murong clan's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. Murong Fu looked at the energy ball in front of him that was getting denser and denser. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he shouted, "Spirit-shattering fury." At Murong Fu's shout, Murong Fu's eyes widened. The huge sphere in front of Murong Fu attacked in an instant. The powerful attack spread out, and everything around it seemed to expand. A huge energy wave cut through the air, and a series of loud noises kept erupting. Bang! Murong Fu's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill collided with Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. When the 3 huge energies collided, there was suddenly a loud explosion and a bright light shot out. The entire Great Fei Ancient Pagoda seemed to tremble at this moment. At the same time, Yuan Taiqing, Ming Ruofeng, and Su Yan could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the 3 of them flew back dozens of meters and landed heavily on the ground. Die! At this moment, Murong Fu had already arrived in front of Su Yan in a flash. He waved his hand and was about to smash Su Yan's head. When Su Yan saw Murong Fu's palm coming down, he instantly felt a huge pressure coming down on him. His entire body started to tremble, and the blood in his body seemed to be churning at this moment. Am I going to die here today? Su Yan frowned and looked at Murong Fu with a strong sense of unwillingness in his eyes. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan's expression and immediately sneered. He had long wanted to kill Su Yan, but due to various reasons he had not been able to do so. Now that he saw Su Yan about to die at his hands, how could he not be happy? This is And just as Murong Fu's huge force was about to hit Su Yan's head, Murong Fu suddenly felt a powerful force surge from Su Yan's body. Murong Fu was immediately stunned. But, with a loud bang, Murong Fu was sent flying. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, including Su Yan. What was that power just now? Especially when Murong Fu looked at Su Yan, his eyes were filled with fear. Perimeter state. No, it's not just perimeter state, that power. Murong Fu thought about the powerful force that surged from Su Yan's body and his whole body trembled. What was that power just now? Su Yan was also puzzled. However, he quickly regained his senses and looked at the 8th level. Then he resolutely stepped onto the 8th level. Su Yan was very clear that if he wanted to avoid Murong Fu's pursuit, then he had to leave here first. And the 8th level was obviously the best place to hide. When Murong Fu saw Su Yan walking towards the 8th level, because he was shocked by the power just now, he didn't dare to chase after Su Yan. Yuan Taiqing, Ming Ruofeng, and the others didn't feel the terrifying power that suddenly erupted from Su Yan like Murong Fu, so they weren't as frightened as Murong Fu. They only felt surprised. This was because when they saw Su Yan, they thought that today was the day that Su Yan would die. Now, the entire situation had been reversed. How could they not be shocked? Of course, besides being shocked, when they saw Murong Fu's panicked appearance, a surge of joy surged from the bottom of their hearts. Murong Fu, I didn't think that you would have such a day. Although Yuan Taiqing had suffered a few losses at the hands of Murong Fu, when he saw Murong Fu's panicked expression, he couldn't help but tease him. Ming Ruofeng also smiled and said, Murong Fu, you definitely didn't expect that you would be defeated by a 1-star heaven stage cultivator, right? I wonder if anyone would believe it. When Murong Fu heard the teasing of the two, he still couldn't recover from the shock. When Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng saw this, they no longer teased him. Instead, they left the 7th level and headed towards the 6th level. Murong Fu didn't care if the two of them went or not. He just laid on the ground and kept thinking about the scene just now. Could it be that the Princess of Chu left some kind of power in his body? No, that's impossible. Why would the Princess of Chu think so highly of him? Then if it wasn't the Princess of Chu, who else could it be? He's just a 1-star heaven stage cultivator, how could he withstand my attack? Murong Fu thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was going on with that sudden surge of power. Sun Chu and Lei Gao looked at Murong Fu's gloomy expression and didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid that they would anger Murong Fu and just stood there in a daze. Chapter 276. Murong Fu's cry was extremely solemn and grand. It reverberated throughout the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda and was heard by everyone. When the disciples cultivating in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda heard this cry, their hearts could not help but tremble. Many people thought to themselves, this Su Yan is dead for sure. He actually offended Murong Fu. A mere 1-star Emperor of Heaven actually dared to offend Murong Fu. He is simply courting death. In the Monster Palace, Su Yan had only been there for a short period of time. In addition, Su Yan was weak to begin with, but he was able to create miracles time and time again. This had long made many people unhappy, especially when Su Yan obtained 10th place in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda's cultivation qualifications. Everyone felt that he had just gotten lucky. Therefore, everyone was very disdainful of Su Yan. Upon hearing Murong Fu's cry, other than Chu Linger and the others who were faintly worried, the other disciples were all gloating. When Su Yan arrived at the 8th level, he also heard Murong Fu's cry. When he heard Murong Fu's cry, he realized that he had nearly died at the hands of Murong Fu. The killing intent in Su Yan's heart surged as his eyes emitted a resplendent light. Murong Fu, Su Yan, will definitely not rest until I kill you, Su Yan said coldly. He quickly calmed down. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he was still not a match for Murong Fu. He had to learn to endure. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Thinking of the difference in strength, Su Yan suddenly recalled the powerful force that surged from his body when he was attacked by Murong Fu. He suddenly frowned. What was that power just now? Su Yan circulated his cultivation method and carefully checked the situation in his body, but he was still unable to detect the existence of that power just now. Could it be the power that Palace Master Chu left in my body? Su Yen frowned as he thought about it. He shook his head and said, "Impossible. Princess Chu was already at the end of her life at that time. She couldn't have planted such a powerful force in her body." The more Su Yen thought about it, the more confused he became. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and said, Forget it. No matter what, I still want to see what this Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda is all about." As Su Yen spoke, he glanced ahead and began to walk forward. Just as Su Yen took a step forward, a wave of fanaticism suddenly surged towards him. Su Yen immediately felt as if his entire body was being torn apart by a raging inferno. Although the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda contained a boundless amount of spirit chi, it was still not enough. However, cultivating in the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda also contained dangers. The greatest danger was the burning sensation that came with it. The further down he went, the stronger the burning sensation became. When Su Yen was at the 7th level, he didn't feel anything with the help of the Mystic Ice Shield. However, at this moment, just by taking a step, Su Yen felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Waves of heat entered his body, and all the blood in his body seemed to be boiling at this moment. Mystic Ice Shield, 3rd level, activate. Su Yen suddenly shouted. The cultivation method in his body quickly circulated, and he directly activated the 3rd level of the Mystic Ice Shield that he had just cultivated. Suddenly, the color of the frost became even more intense. However, just as the frost on the Mystic Ice Shield surged, there was a loud cracking sound. The Mystic Ice Shield was torn apart. Without the protection of the Mystic Ice Shield, the surrounding burning sensation was like stepping into a raging inferno. It burned continuously. No. Su Yan's entire body seemed to be boiling. Beads of sweat kept falling from his forehead. He clenched his teeth tightly to withstand the burning sensation that came from his heart. Mystic Ice Shield. Su Yan suddenly shouted. He circulated the cultivation method in his body and activated the 2nd level of the Mystic Ice Shield, Mystic Ice Shield. When the Mystic Ice Shield was activated, Su Yan felt a chill. Su Yan let out a comfortable breath. However, Su Yan quickly recovered. Su Yan had already cultivated the Mystic Ice Shield to the 3rd level. Every level required different spiritual energy, and the defensive power was also different. However, even so, the Mystic Ice Shield was converted from the Dragon Blood Icefire Shield. The Dragon Blood Icefire Shield had the ability to resist the heat and extreme cold. Therefore, when Su Yan activated the Mystic Ice Shield just now, with the spiritual energy in his body, he could last for a period of time. However, the 2nd level of the Mystic Ice Shield, was different. It was a powerful defense that burst out in an instant. It was upgraded from the invincible golden body. Su Yan only had to use the invincible golden body once, and the spiritual energy in his body would be sucked dry. Although he was stronger now, it was better than before. However, Su Yan was also clear that the profound ice divine shield could only last for a few breaths of time with its current spiritual energy. Furthermore, after a few breaths of time, it would completely disappear and even the profound ice-cold shield would not be able to be activated. At that time, what awaited him would be death. No, I definitely can't die here. Su Yan felt the surging heat around him. He thought quickly in his mind. He patted his storage bag and took out all the elixirs that could restrain the heat. He swallowed all of them. Not only that, but there were also elixirs that could recover spiritual energy. Su Yan also took them out and swallowed them. During this time, Su Yan also tried to use his condensed heavenly fire sacred meridian to absorb the heat around him. Unfortunately, it was useless because the heat was not emitted by flames. It was more like a fanaticism that burst out from his heart. It could not be converted into spiritual energy. Am I really going to die here today? Su Yan kept swallowing elixirs. However, even though Su Yan was the palace master of the Monster Palace, the amount of elixirs he carried was limited. In addition, the Mystic Ice Shield consumed spiritual energy too quickly. In a short while, all the elixirs in Su Yan's storage bag were swallowed up. Seeing the frost light on his body getting weaker and the heat from his body getting stronger and stronger, Su Yan smiled bitterly. However, his eyes were still filled with unwillingness. He kept patting his storage bag, trying to find if there were any elixirs that were left in the corner. Unfortunately, there were no other elixirs in the storage bag. Some of the elixirs had even been swallowed by Su Yan. Finally, Su Yan patted his storage bag and took out a piece of ancient black jade. Ancient jade of the fiend celestial. Su Yan looked at the ancient jade and could not help but smile bitterly. At the same time, he remembered Mu Zijian's expectations of him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother Mu, I'm afraid I'll have to let you down." Mu Zijian gave Su Yan the ancient jade of the fiend celestial not only to let Su Yan take over the heavy responsibility of the Buddha sword sect, but also to let Su Yan find the secret of the ancient jade of the fiend celestial. Unfortunately, apart from Su Yan discovering that the ancient jade of the fiend celestial could absorb spiritual stones, he did not discover any other important functions of the jade. Now that the ancient jade of the fiend celestial was suddenly taken out, Su Yan found it quite funny. He also knew that the ancient jade of the fiend celestial had some intelligence, so he said to it, "Ancient jade of the fiend celestial, ancient jade of the fiend celestial, didn't you always want to leave? I'll let you go now." Whoosh! As he spoke, the ancient jade of the fiend celestial suddenly flew out from Su Yan's hand. Su Yan was stunned. He could not help but curse, "You're really a jerk. To think that I fed you so many spiritual stones. How can you just leave like that?" However, when he thought about how he was going to die here, Su Yan did not have the heart to argue with the ancient jade of the fiend celestial. Moreover, the ancient jade of the fiend celestial was only a profound artifact. It did not have any emotions, so he could not argue with it. "I never thought that I, Su Yan, would die here in the end." Su Yan looked around and sighed helplessly. Although Su Yan was unwilling, what else could he do? Now that Su Yan had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body, even if he returned to the 7th level and was not hunted down by Murong Fu, he would still be burned to death by the scorching heat of the ancient demon pagoda. Su Yan had no chance of survival at all. Unless a miracle happens. Su Yan laughed self-deprecatingly. He was calm about life and death, but there were many things that he was unwilling to do. Bang! However, at that moment, a loud explosion suddenly exploded in front of Su Yan. A miracle! With this loud explosion, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a burst of bright light. Su Yan had given up on struggling, because Su Yan was at his wit's end. He did not know how to change anything. Even if there was only a slight chance, Su Yan would not give up. This sudden loud noise was undoubtedly a sliver of opportunity. Su Yan suddenly woke up from his stupor and looked forward. He saw that the loud noise was actually from the ancient jade of the fiend immortal. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at the ancient jade of the fiend immortal and saw that it was constantly moving. What is the ancient jade of the immortal fiend doing here? Su Yan frowned slightly as he observed the strange movements of the ancient jade of the terminus immortal. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation spread out from the ancient jade of the terminus immortal, causing Su Yan's entire body to tremble. This is... Su Yan was stunned. He suddenly reacted, could it be that the ancient jade of the immortal fiend can absorb the heat here? At that thought, Su Yan's heart was filled with excitement. He, who had given up on struggling, regained his confidence. His eyes shone brightly. He endured the tearing pain in his body and slowly approached the ancient jade of the immortal fiend. After taking one step, Su Yan felt that the heat in his body had decreased significantly. This made Su Yan even more excited. The ancient jade of the immortal fiend. I did not expect you to have such a miraculous effect. This was not the first time Su Yan had experienced the feeling of walking out from the gates of hell. However, for some unknown reason, Su Yan felt that it was the most wondrous. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body. He slowly approached the ancient jade of the immortal fiend. The closer he got to the ancient jade of the immortal fiend, the less the heat in Su Yan's body. The smile on Su Yan's face also became brighter. The ancient jade of the immortal fiend. You did not waste the spirit stones I fed you. Su Yan was so excited that he suddenly hugged the ancient jade of the immortal fiend. Chapter 277. Su Yan was shocked as he hurriedly took a few steps back. He looked at his hands, which were already red from the heat. The pain was like being torn apart. Even with Su Yan's amazing willpower, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air under the immense pain. Compared to the pain, Su Yan was more curious as to why the immortal fiend jade had become like this. Could it be that the immortal fiend jade has absorbed the heat here and is emitting heat? Su Yan looked at the immortal fiend jade with a puzzled expression. The immortal fiend jade was a mysterious item to begin with. Even though Su Yan had obtained the ancient jade of the exterminating celestial for quite some time, he had never been able to figure out its secrets. Now that he saw the immortal fiend jade's strange behavior, he was even more puzzled. What's so special about the immortal fiend jade? After being burned like a raging inferno earlier, Su Yan's hands were still enduring waves of intense pain. As a result, Su Yan did not dare to touch the ancient fiend immortal jade. He could only watch from afar. However, because the immortal fiend jade had absorbed the heat, Su Yan could not feel the heat from the great demon ancient pagoda. Although I don't understand why the immortal fiend jade can absorb the heat here, it has saved my life. Su Yan looked at the immortal fiend jade and muttered to himself. He ignored the constant pain coming from his hands. If it was anyone else, they would have been unable to endure the pain. However, Su Yan had been eroded by the blood, burned by the heavenly fire, and the two dragons entering his eyes. All of these were excruciating pains. Su Yan had already endured the excruciating pain, let alone the pain of his small hands being burned. To Su Yan, it was nothing more than superficial knowledge. And because the immortal fiend jade had absorbed the heat, Su Yan did not need to use his mystic ice-cold shield to stay here. Without these, Su Yan did not need to deliberately block the heat of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan, on the other hand, was able to properly sense the spiritual energy within the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. When Su Yan came to the 8th level, he had been fighting against the heat of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. He had neglected the true existence of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. Although the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda contained the heat of the heavens and earth. However, there was a rich spirit chi here that was not present in the outside world. Even though I'm a crippled heaven soul avatar now and can't cultivate here, I can still use the dense spirit chi here to recover my strength. Su Yan looked at the ancient jade of the fiend celestial and saw that it was still absorbing the heat here. Since there was nothing out of the ordinary, Xianxia ignored it and sat down under the baleful celestial jade. He circulated his cultivation technique and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to recover his strength. Su Yan had just started to circulate his cultivation method when the surrounding dense spirit chi suddenly started to revolve. The spirit chi was originally formless. However, when Su Yan circulated his cultivation method, it was like a river that constantly poured into Su Yan's body. In order to withstand the heat of the 8th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan had exhausted all the spirit chi in his body. In such a situation, if it were in the outside world, it would take at least a few days to recover. After all, Su Yan was now a celestial phenomenon realm expert. The amount of spirit chi in his body was naturally incomparable to that of a saint bloodline realm expert. It was precisely because he was in the celestial phenomenon realm that the amount of spirit chi required was immense. Even if he exhausted all the spirit chi in his body, it would take some time to recover. However, now that he was in the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, he could feel the rich spirit chi around him. In less than a few seconds, Su Yan had already recovered to his peak state. As he had recovered his strength, Su Yan's hands that had been burned by the ancient jade of the fiend immortal also slowly recovered through the healing of the spirit chi. Although Su Yan was able to withstand the pain, he was still unable to endure it. Pain was still pain. Now that he had recovered, Su Yan's heart surged with joy. He spread his arms and smiled. The spirit chi in the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda is really not comparable to that of the outside world. No wonder cultivating in the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda is so much faster than cultivating in the outside world. It's because the rich spirit chi here is not something that the thin spirit chi in the outside world can compare to. Su Yan looked around and muttered to himself. At the same time, feeling the rich spirit chi, Su Yan was a little sad and disappointed. He couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that I'm in the celestial phenomenon realm now. I can't absorb the spirit chi here at all. If I can absorb the spirit chi here and turn it into my own power of heaven and earth, breaking through to the 2-star celestial phenomenon realm is just around the corner. In Su Yan's disappointment, he suddenly thought of something and a bright light burst out of his eyes. I wonder if cultivating my mystic ice-cold barrier here will be much faster than cultivating in the outside world. When Su Yan thought of this, he silently recited the incantation. With a soft sound, a frost-colored halo suddenly appeared around Su Yan, emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, Su Yan's brows furrowed again. Suddenly, the mysterious ice-cold shield on his body became resplendent once again. Although the mystic ice-cold barrier was evolved from the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice-fire barrier, it was now the mystic ice-cold barrier. However, now that it had become mystic ice shield, it could be considered a defensive skill that Su Yan had created herself. It was because he had created it himself that there were no seniors to follow in his footsteps. Similarly, there were no records about the mystic ice-cold barrier. As for the mystic ice-cold barrier, Su Yan had no way to learn it. He could only explore it himself. Previously, in the 3 days before the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda opened, Su Yan had been cultivating the mystic ice-cold barrier. He had figured out some tricks. The mystic ice-cold barrier could be divided into 10 levels. As for Su Yan's mystic ice-cold barrier, it should be at the 3rd level according to the classification. It had a weak frosty color. I wonder what changes there will be at the 4th level. Although the mystic ice-cold barrier's levels were created by Su Yan could only differentiate the levels of the mystic ice-cold barrier. He did not know what changes there would be at the next level. With my current strength, I wonder if I can break through to the 3rd level. Su Yan said softly. Immediately, his eyes condensed together. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated and absorbed the spiritual energy in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda. It kept surging into the mystic ice-cold barrier. With a continuous influx of spiritual energy, the mystic ice-cold barrier kept emitting a dazzling light. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Su Yan kept trying like this. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, the spiritual energy that surged into the mystic ice-cold barrier was just to maintain its existence. It could not break through to the 3rd level. After a few more days of trial, it was still the same. Su Yan could not help but frown. According to my previous cultivation situation, the mystic ice-cold barrier should be able to break through to the 4th level after absorbing so much spiritual energy. However, why is it still not breaking through? Su Yan frowned again as he thought about it. Could it be that it has something to do with my strength? Su Yan thought of this and felt the changes in the mystic ice-cold barrier. He quickly confirmed that it was because of this reason. Although the mystic ice-cold barrier could be cultivated, it was not enough to break through just by relying on the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. One had to rely on spiritual energy to break through. And the conversion of spiritual energy had to be done by a warrior. Su Yan directly channeled spiritual energy into the mystic ice-cold barrier, but it could not form spiritual energy at all. In other words, the spiritual energy only flowed through Su Yan's body and went out after 1 round. It could not be converted into spiritual energy. If it could not be converted into spiritual energy, it could not break through. This was also the reason why a martial warrior had to rely on cultivation techniques to cultivate. This was because only a cultivation technique could transform the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into spiritual energy for one's own use through cultivation. This was also the true importance of cultivation. The level of a cultivation technique was also destined to be the height that a martial warrior could reach in the future. This was also the importance of a cultivation technique. It seems that if I can't break through to the 2-star celestial phenomenon stage, I won't be able to cultivate this mystic ice-cold barrier. After Su Yan thought of this principle, a bitter smile appeared on his face. After all, Su Yan was only at the one-star celestial phenomenon stage. The spiritual energy contained in his body was also limited to the one-star realm. The spiritual energy of this one-star realm was simply not enough to break through the fourth stage of the mystic ice-cold barrier. Previously, Su Yan had wanted to use the dense spiritual energy here to cultivate the mystic ice-cold barrier. Now, it seemed that Su Yan was just overthinking things. If his strength could not be increased, he would not be able to do anything. Cripple the celestial phenomenon stage. Cripple the celestial phenomenon stage. Although Su Yan had already seen through it when he thought about it now, he still felt a faint sense of anger in his heart. Everything was because of this crippling of the celestial phenomenon stage that Su Yan could only stay at the one-star realm. Under this anger, Su Yan's eyes also emitted an unusually firm gaze. No matter what, I must break through. Su Yan gritted his teeth and began to try to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. This time, Su Yan was no longer cultivating the mystic ice-cold barrier. Instead, he was continuously cultivating and attacking the heaven and earth force that had formed in his body. It was to awaken this heaven and earth force. He was not willing to give in to fate. So what if he crippled the celestial phenomenon stage? Su Yan firmly believed that as long as he worked hard, even if he crippled the celestial phenomenon stage, he would still be able to cultivate. Just like before, Su Yan was thought to only be able to stay at the spirit-drawing realm. However, Su Yan had stepped on a new path. Su Yan was the same now. He wanted to open up a new path. No matter what, Su Yan did not believe that his generation would be wasted like this. Chapter 278. The celestial form realm cultivated the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth encompassed all things. At the celestial form realm, one could only comprehend one or two strands of the power of heaven and earth. At the celestial form realm, one could comprehend a few different strands of the power of heaven and earth. As for the celestial form realm, no one knew how many strands of the power of heaven and earth one could control. On the contrary, at the celestial form realm, one could not feel the power of heaven and earth. Without feeling the power of heaven and earth, one could not cultivate. However, Su Yan did not believe in this evil. He wanted to go against the heavens. He did not believe that he could not comprehend the power of heaven and earth. He did not believe that he would become a good-for-nothing. The immortal fiend Ancient Jade was still absorbing the heat of the 8th level of the great demon Ancient Pagoda. With the immortal fiend Ancient Jade, Su Yan was not afraid of the heat of the great demon Ancient Pagoda. It gave Su Yan a good place to cultivate. Su Yan sat down cross-legged and quickly circulated his cultivation technique, constantly awakening the power of heaven and earth in his body. If he failed, he would continue. If he failed, he would continue. Over the past few days, Su Yan did not know how much spiritual qi he had absorbed and how many times he had failed. However, he still could not comprehend the power of heaven and earth in his body. Could it be that I can only stay at the celestial form realm forever? Su Yan thought, feeling indignant. He was even more unwilling to give in. His eyes turned slightly and he circulated his cultivation technique again. Bang! However, at this moment, there was a loud explosion. Su Yan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the immortal fiend Ancient Jade. The immortal fiend Ancient Jade, which had been quietly floating in midair, suddenly jumped up violently. The immortal fiend Ancient Jade was originally black in color, but now it was completely red. Like a burning fire, its entire body was wrapped in flames. Su Yan could not help but frown. After all, Su Yan knew too little about the secrets of the immortal fiend Ancient Jade. In fact, Su Yan did not even know what kind of existence the immortal fiend Ancient Jade was. He only knew that it was a spirit artifact. However, after observing the immortal fiend Ancient Jade a few times, Su Yan felt that it was not the case. After all, the state that the immortal fiend Ancient Jade displayed was completely different from that of ordinary spiritual artifacts. Su Yan felt that the baleful immortal Ancient Jade was like a person. After all, the intelligence of the Ancient Jade of the immortal fiend was not lower than anyone else. Whoosh! As the immortal fiend Jade trembled incessantly, it suddenly leaped up and headed straight for the 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. Immortal Fiend Jade. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but frown. When he saw the jade flying toward the ninth step, he quickly jumped up from the ground and rushed toward the ninth step. The moment Su Yan stood up, Su Yan did not realize that the cultivation method within his body had suddenly changed. A strand of spiritual energy surged into his body, exuding a strange power. Su Yan was very nervous about the ancient jade of the fiend immortal, so he did not pay attention to what was happening in his body. Bang! Just as Su Yan reached the ninth step, there was a loud explosion. A strong heat suddenly attacked him. Su Yan was shocked. In these few days, Su Yan had been at the 8th level. Because of the ancient jade of the fiend immortal, he was safe and sound in the 8th level. As for the scorching heat of the supreme demon ancient pagoda, it could be said that he completely ignored it. At this moment, the strong heat suddenly attacked him. Although Su Yan was shocked, he quickly reacted. It seems that the immortal fiend jade is unable to absorb the heat on the 9th step. As Su Yan thought about it, he could not help but frown. When he was on the 8th step, Su Yan almost could not withstand the heat on the 8th step. The heat on the 9th step was definitely stronger than the 8th step. This caused Su Yan's heart to faintly surge with a wave of worry. After all, Su Yan's profound ice-cold shield could not even withstand the heat of the 8th layer, let alone the heat of the 9th layer, which was even stronger than the 8th layer. Su Yan was not sure if his mystic ice-cold shield could withstand the heat on the 9th step. The 9th step. Su Yan looked at the 9th step and frowned. He was in a dilemma. He did not know if he should go down. If he did not go down, Su Yan would stay on the 8th step. He could cultivate properly and not worry about this problem. But thinking about the immortal fiend jade, Su Yan did not know what the immortal fiend jade was. However, Su Yan could not give up the immortal fiend jade. Su Yan could not do it. Not to mention that the immortal fiend jade was a magical item, and not to mention that it was given to him by Mu Zijian. The ancient jade of the fiend celestial had saved his life twice. No matter what, Su Yan would not give up on it. Furthermore, the ancient jade of the fiend celestial had revealed that it was just a piece of jade. However, Su Yan could feel the howl of the immortal fiend jade. That howl was not the sound of excitement. Instead, it was the sound of someone in great pain. Although Su Yan did not know what happened to the immortal fiend jade, Su Yan was not willing to give up the immortal fiend jade just because of this. It was not only because the immortal fiend jade was in Su Yan's possession. It was a matter of morals and principles. If I die, then so be it. Su Yan saw that the immortal fiend jade had been at the 9th step for a long time. He did not hesitate anymore. He gritted his teeth and activated his skills. Holding his breath, he rushed towards the 9th step. Plop. Just as Su Yan rushed towards the 9th step, there was a loud explosion. An intense heat rushed towards him, penetrating Su Yan's mystic ice shield and entering Su Yan's body. The burning pain that surged from the bottom of his heart caused Su Yan to let out a low growl despite his strong willpower. No, I have to hold on. I have to hold on. Su Yan clenched his teeth as he circulated the cultivation method within his body to the extreme. The spiritual energy within his body continuously surged towards the profound ice-cold shield to resist the heat. Under Su Yan's efforts, the pain in Su Yan's body lessened. At this moment, Su Yan could see the situation of the 9th step clearly. Looking at the 9th step, Su Yan could not help but frown. The 9th step was different from the previous 8 steps. There were no rooms in the 9th step. It was obvious that even elderly Tianyi could not reach the 8th step. Not only that, there were no rooms in the 9th step. The 9th step was not flat like the previous 8 steps. Instead, it was full of potholes. There were many oddly shaped stones in the 9th step. Those standing stones were also scarlet in color. Clearly, each stone contained a scorching temperature. Not only that, Su Yan also discovered that there was a huge fire pool in the middle of these stones. There was lava boiling in the fire pool, like a volcano. Plop! Right at this moment, a loud explosion was heard. The molten lava suddenly burst forth, giving rise to countless amounts of hot air that spread out in all directions. At the same time, there was a sudden heat in the air. Su Yan could not help but growl in pain. His whole body was hit by the strong heat and he was sent flying. What the hell is going on? The moment Su Yan was sent flying, he hurriedly retreated a little. Looking at the fire pool in the middle, he frowned. At the same time, he did not forget to quickly run his cultivation method to resist the heat. At this moment, there was another loud bang. Countless streams of molten lava surged up, forming a huge fire dragon that charged directly in Su Yan's direction. The fire dragon was as quick as a bolt of lightning. As its gigantic body slid, countless storms were stirred up, and its tremendous power erupted. Under this pressure, Su Yan's entire body felt like it was about to explode. Black Ice Shield, open. When Su Yan saw this, he was shocked. However, he reacted quickly and hurriedly operated his secret art. He chanted an incantation in his mouth. Suddenly, the profound ice divine shield opened up and a golden light surged out from the frost. Plop! When the fire dragon collided, a loud explosion rang out. Under the impact of the huge power and the heat, Su Yan's whole body was blown away. At the same time, a mouthful of blood gushed out from his body. His whole body went limp and fell to the ground. Although Su Yan's black ice shield blocked the attack, Su Yan's clothes were destroyed. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. He was in a very sorry state. Not only that, the heat in the 9th level was still there, constantly eroding Su Yan's body. The waves of pain came, as if thousands of ants were biting his body. Su Yan felt as if all the blood in his body was about to boil. "No, I can't die here." Su Yan roared out in a low voice. His eyes rotated and a scarlet-red light burst out. Suddenly, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body and the black ice-cold cover surged up. The moment the black ice-cold cover surged up, Su Yan felt that the heat in his body was reduced by a lot. Su Yan couldn't help but be happy. However, right at this moment, a loud bang rang out once more. "Not good!" Su Yan suddenly exclaimed. His eyes focused on the center of the 9th level. He suddenly saw a huge fire dragon exploding from the huge magma. With a roar, it attacked Su Yan again. That speed was even faster than the previous one. Black Ice Shield. Su Yan immediately ran his cultivation method and silently chanted the chant. Before he finished chanting, Su Yan felt that his whole body was emptied. The spiritual energy in his body was not enough to open the black ice-cold shield. His whole body directly knelt on the ground because of the exhaustion of spiritual energy. Damn it. Chapter 279. Although Su Yan was not afraid of death, it did not mean that Su Yan wanted to die. Looking at the huge fire dragon, Su Yan could not help but reveal a look of fear in his eyes. Swoosh! At this moment, a loud sound was heard, followed by a bang. A loud sound was heard, and the energy of the huge fire dragon that was attacking Su Yan was directly blown apart. When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but frown slightly. When he looked again, he saw the crimson ancient jade floating in front of him. The corners of Su Yan's mouth could not help but reveal an excited expression. "Celestial Fiend Jade, you saved me again," Su Yan said excitedly. He originally wanted to hug the Celestial Fiend Jade again, but with the previous experience, Su Yan suppressed the excitement in his heart. He just looked at the Celestial Fiend Jade and smiled foolishly. "Celestial Fiend Jade, now that I think about it, this is the 3rd time you have saved me." Plop! Just as Su Yan's words sounded out, another loud explosion sounded out. Suddenly, a gigantic fire dragon erupted from the magma pool. Again! Su Yan could not help but be shocked, and he hurriedly looked at the Celestial Fiend Jade. However, the moment he looked at the Celestial Fiend Jade suddenly let out a loud roar, and its entire body kept jumping up and down, creating a series of loud noises. Su Yan originally wanted to use the Celestial Fiend Jade to save himself when he saw the fire dragon explode, but now that he saw the Celestial Fiend Jade's violent behavior, he could not help but frown. At this moment, the fire dragon had already attacked. The huge force came straight at him, and each attack was stronger than the previous one. Under the pressure of this powerful force, Su Yan knew very well that even if he had abundant spirit energy, he would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack, let alone the fact that he was lacking spirit energy. Su Yan glanced at the celestial fiend Jade and instinctively wanted to run away, but unfortunately, he was lacking spirit energy, and his speed could not be faster than the fire dragon. Su Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of unwillingness. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the fire dragon charged towards him. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've turned danger into safety several times. I didn't expect that I would die here in the end. Bang! Just as Su Yan was about to lose all hope, a loud sound suddenly exploded in front of him. A black figure stood in front of Su Yan. In a flash, the black figure waved his hand, and the huge fire dragon was shattered, turning into sparks that scattered in the 9th level. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at the phantom in front of him, he was completely stunned. After entering the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan had been in danger several times. Every time, Su Yan felt that he was going to die, but every time, a miracle appeared. Su Yan wasn't surprised by the previous miracles, but now, looking at the black figure, Su Yan was completely stunned. He had no idea how the phantom appeared. Just as Su Yan was perplexed, the phantom suddenly waved his hand. Immediately, he felt a gentle force emanate from it. Although this force was gentle, the force it contained was not small. When it struck Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying. Instantly, he flew to the 8th level. As the 8th level's heat had been absorbed by the celestial fiend Jade, Su Yan's lack of spirit energy was of no use here. At that moment, the black phantom flashed and appeared in front of Su Yan once again. Su Yan snapped out of his shock and looked at the black phantom in front of him. He stood up and asked, "Who are you?" The black phantom did not answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he reprimanded Su Yan. A mere 1-star celestial phase cultivator dares to step onto the 9th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. You are simply courting death. When Su Yan heard his words, he couldn't help but sweat. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. After all, the elder was speaking the truth. Furthermore, he had saved him. Su Yan really didn't know how to answer. The old man didn't care about Su Yan. Instead, he looked at the 9th layer and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect the fire Chilin's devil soul to be trapped here. No wonder I couldn't find it before." Fire unicorn demon soul. The black phantom elder muttered without lowering his voice. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Clearly, he didn't know what the elder was referring to. The fire Qilin is one of the sacred beasts. When the elder saw Su Yan's confusion, he glanced at him and explained. Sacred beast. When Su Yan heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the elder in front of him in surprise. He was no stranger to sacred beasts. Furthermore, he had only heard of the Qilin's sacred beast. He had never heard of the fire Qilin. The elder glanced at Su Yan and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the 9th step. His slightly aged face immediately darkened. He stood there and didn't say a word for a long time. Su Yan looked at the old man's weathered face that was faintly emitting a dignified aura. However, he did not dare to ask too much. Instead, he quietly waited by the side. At the same time, he was secretly guessing the old man's identity. Why do I feel that this power is so familiar? Su Yan sensed the power of the old man and felt that it was somewhat familiar. However, when he thought about it, he had never seen such a person before. He could not help but squint his eyes. He glanced at the old man and suddenly thought of something. Power. This power. Isn't this the power that saved me from danger several times? As Su Yan thought about it, his face immediately surged with excitement. When Su Yan entered the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, every time he was in danger, there was a power that saved him several times. At that time, Su Yan had been wondering what kind of power it was. Now that he saw the elder in front of him, Su Yan suddenly realized that the power came from the elder in front of him. When he thought of the strange power and looked at the elder's gloomy face, Su Yan became even more interested in his identity. However, when he saw the elder's gloomy face, especially the dignified aura that came from the elder's face, Su Yan didn't dare to ask recklessly. He could only wait quietly for the elder's answer. The elder quietly looked at the 9th step. His expression was sometimes gloomy and sometimes relaxed. After standing there for a long time, he relaxed and revealed a smile. He said with a laugh, "I understand. I understand." Upon hearing his words, Su Yan frowned again. When the elder saw Su Yan's expression, he smiled and said, "Kid, are you having a lot of questions in your heart?" When Su Yan heard the elder's question, he nodded without standing on ceremony. When the elder saw Su Yan's expression, he smiled and said, "You can call me Sword Sage." Sword Sage? When Su Yan heard the elder's name, his pupils suddenly dilated. He had been in the Sword Collection Tomb for a long time, so he naturally knew who Sword Sage was. Sword Sage was the founding ancestor of the Sword Collection Tomb. Founding ancestor. When Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the same time, he looked at the elder's eyes and suddenly a bright light surged. He thought about the day he left the Sword Collection Tomb. It was Sword Sage who expelled him. Then why was Sword Sage here? While thinking about it, Su Yan suddenly realized something and said excitedly, "Sword Sage, did you follow me from the moment I was expelled from the Sword Collection Tomb?" Sword Sage smiled again and said, "Actually, I didn't want to expel you from the Sword Collection Tomb at that time. I just wanted you to leave the Sword Collection Tomb. With your talent, you wouldn't be able to develop in the Sword Collection Tomb. Although the Sword Collection Tomb is the #1 sect in Celestial Twin City, the world is too big. As long as you continue to travel and experience, you will be able to reach the peak." As Sword Sage said, he looked at Su Yan and nodded with satisfaction. "Su Yan, you really are worthy of me saving you several times. It's just that you overestimate yourself." When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he smiled embarrassedly. Just now, Su Yan didn't know who Sword Sage was, so he didn't dare to disobey him. Now that he knew his identity, Su Yan naturally didn't dare to disobey him. Sword Sage was the founding ancestor of the Sword Collection Tomb. And Su Yan could be said to be a disciple of the Sword Collection Tomb. Then Sword Sage was his master. Master? As Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, with a plop, he knelt in front of the old man and said respectfully, "Master, please accept this disciple's 3 kowtows." Sword Sage was stunned at first, then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He laughed and said, Good, get up, get up." After receiving Sword Sage's approval, Su Yan stood up from the ground with an excited smile on his face. Su Yan was a person who valued friendship. He had once taken Lu Hong as his master, so he naturally had to obey. So after coming out, even if Su Yan met many experts, Su Yan didn't think of taking them as his master. Even if it was the Princess of Chu, Su Yan didn't call him master. However, Sword Sage was different. This was because he was from the Sword Collection Tomb and came from the same lineage as Lu Hong. Therefore, Su Yan's acknowledgement was also from the Sword Collection Tomb, so it wasn't considered a violation of the sect. Furthermore, Sword Sage was the founding ancestor of the Sword Collection Tomb. He was definitely more than qualified to be Su Yan's master. Upon hearing Sword Sage accept him as his disciple, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. Su Yan was no longer as reserved as before and asked, "Master, what's the matter with the fire Qilin devil soul?" "Kid, I nearly forgot about it after telling you all this." When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's question, he suddenly looked towards the 9th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Su Yan, haven't you been studying the Wraith Immortal Ancient Jade all this while? That Wraith Immortal Ancient Jade might very well be where the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul is sealed." Demon Soul. Su Yan became even more confused. However, Sword Sage clearly had no intention of explaining it to Su Yan. Instead, he looked in the direction of the 9th level and said, "Su Yan, I'll naturally explain it to you in the future." Chapter 280. Subdue the Fire Qilin. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, his whole body trembled from excitement. A long time ago, Su Yan had heard that some powerful cultivators could subdue some demon beasts, or even sacred beasts to help them cultivate and fight. However, it was extremely difficult to subdue demon beasts. All this time, Su Yan had only read about it in some ancient books, and had never seen it in the 5 counties. Although Su Yan had thought about it before, he didn't know how to subdue it, so the thought disappeared in a flash. However, now that he heard Sword Sage say this, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Although he still didn't know what the fire Qilin beast was, he knew that the Qilin was definitely a sacred beast, and from what Sword Sage said, the fire Qilin must be a higher level than the Qilin. A higher level demon beast than a sacred beast. When Su Yan thought about it, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Even subduing a demon beast was something that Su Yan didn't dare to imagine, not to mention subduing a sacred beast that was higher level than a sacred beast. Su Yan, you were hit by the fire unicorn demon soul just now, and your injuries are too heavy. If you go down to the 9th level now, you will definitely die, so you must quickly recover the spiritual energy in your body. Just as Su Yan was feeling excited and surprised, Sword Sage spoke again. Although Su Yan had a lot of doubts in his heart, he could see the anxiety and urgency in Sword Sage's face, which made Su Yan know that this matter was definitely not a small matter. Not daring to be careless, he nodded, sat down cross-legged, and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Just as Su Yan was about to circulate his cultivation technique, suddenly, a burning sensation came from his body. That burning sensation instantly penetrated Su Yan's heart. Even with Su Yan's amazing willpower, under such a tearing pain, he couldn't help but let out a low roar. What's going on? Su Yan was stunned. Not only him, Sword Sage also frowned slightly. When his gaze swept across the stairs leading up to the 9th step, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. He hurriedly shouted to Su Yan, "Su Yan, quick! That fire unicorn demon soul is about to awaken. The energy emitted from his body will become purer and purer. If we don't subdue it now, I'm afraid the entire Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda will be destroyed by it. Hurry up and recover your spiritual energy. I'll help you block the heat of the 8th layer." As he spoke, Sword Sage waved his hand, causing a powerful surge of energy to envelop Su Yan. The moment the majestic power fell, the burning sensation in Su Yan's body also disappeared. Although Su Yan was puzzled when he saw Sword Sage's cautious expression, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly circulated his cultivation technique to recover the spiritual energy that he had just exhausted. In the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, this wasn't the first time Su Yan had exhausted his spiritual energy. When Su Yan stepped into the 8th level, he had already done so once. However, at that time, he had used the rich spiritual energy in the 8th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda to recover his spiritual energy in a few breaths. However, at this moment, Su Yan had just circulated his cultivation technique to absorb the spiritual energy here, but he couldn't feel the existence of spiritual energy. He even felt as if his blood was flowing in reverse. When Sword Sage saw Su Yan's appearance, he frowned slightly. Could it be that the demon soul has already begun to absorb the spiritual energy here? As he thought of this, Sword Sage couldn't help but tremble. He looked at the staircase that led to the 9th level and his face darkened. Suddenly he waved his hand and a powerful spiritual energy surged into Su Yan's body like a river. The depleted spiritual energy in Su Yan's body recovered in an instant. While Su Yan was stunned, he heard Sword Sage say, "Su Yan, the fire unicorn demon soul has already begun to devour the spiritual energy here. You can't recover your spiritual energy here at all. I used the remaining power in my body to recover your strength. As I have helped you a few times previously, the power in my body has been exhausted. Therefore, when you enter the 9th level to subdue the fire unicorn, I can no longer help you." After Sword Sage said this, the shadow became weaker and weaker. Then, it disappeared and turned into a black shadow that surged into Su Yan's mind. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "Master, Su Yan, I'm here." At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. Su Yan looked around and didn't see Sword Sage's figure at all. He was puzzled. "Su Yan, there are some things that I will explain to you in the future. The most important thing for you now is to enter the 9th level to subdue the fire unicorn demon soul. If the fire unicorn demon soul absorbs the spiritual energy here, I'm afraid the entire monster palace will be destroyed." "What? The entire monster palace will be destroyed. Su Yan's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of surprise. Kid, don't underestimate the fire unicorn demon soul. The power it contains is beyond your imagination. Sword Sage felt Su Yan's surprise and said with a smile. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the 9th level. Sword Sage was suddenly startled and hurriedly shouted, Su Yan, quickly enter the 9th level and find the fire unicorn demon soul. Although Su Yan didn't know Sword Sage's strength. However, Sword Sage was the ancestor of the hidden sword tomb. How weak could his strength be? At this moment, even with his knowledge and experience, he was still panicking. Su Yan's heart surged. He didn't dare to be negligent. While operating his cultivation method, he summoned the profound ice-cold shield and quickly rushed to the 9th level. Su Yan, the fire unicorn demon soul, has absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. The heat it emits is probably stronger than before. You must be careful. Sword Sage reminded Su Yan the moment Su Yan stepped in. Su Yan nodded and carefully walked forward. However, when he thought of the scene just now, he couldn't help but frown. He asked Sword Sage, Master, the heat on the 9th level is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid, Su Yan, you can rest assured. When I was restoring your spiritual energy, I poured some frost bloodline into your body. This frost bloodline will be enough for you to resist the heat here for a while. As long as you don't get hit by the fire dragon produced by the fire unicorn demon soul, you'll be fine. Sword Sage said, then paused for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, Su Yan, I know that with your current strength, it will be difficult for you to subdue the fire unicorn demon soul. However, you have no other choice now. Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. However, he quickly recovered. The corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. Immediately, a bright light surged in his eyes. He smiled and said, Master, don't worry. Today, I will definitely subdue the fire unicorn. With that said, Su Yan clenched his fist tightly. Perhaps at that moment, Su Yan still had some doubts in his heart. However, at this moment, Su Yan's eyes were like torches. In his heart, he was even more determined to subdue the fire unicorn. Although Sword Sage didn't explain much about the fire unicorn demon soul. However, Su Yan knew very well that if he didn't subdue the fire unicorn today, not only would he die here, but the entire Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda and even the entire Monster Palace would be destroyed. Therefore, today, whether it was for himself or for the Monster Palace, Su Yan had to subdue the fire unicorn demon soul. Thinking about it, the powerful pressure he suffered in the 9th level left a shadow in his heart. Su Yan also removed it from his heart. Fire unicorn, I will definitely subdue you today. Su Yan gritted his teeth. There was no longer a trace of fear in his heart. The cultivation method in his body was activated. His body jumped up and flew directly to the 9th level. Bang! Just as Su Yan stepped into the 9th level, there was a loud explosion. In the middle of the magma pool, another fire dragon surged up. Good timing. When Su Yan first entered the 9th level, Su Yan didn't have the slightest ability to resist the fire dragon. However, it was different now. With Sword Sage's frost bloodline and the mystic ice-cold shield, although Su Yan still felt waves of burning inside his body, this little bit of pain was negligible with Su Yan's willpower. Seeing the fire dragon rushing over, Su Yan didn't panic like before. Instead, his eyes were like torches. The moment the fire dragon arrived, Su Yan slapped his bag of holding and took out the ghost howl sword. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he looked at the incoming fire dragon and the huge force coming at him. Boy, quickly dodge. Sword Sage saw that Su Yan was still in a daze and hurriedly reminded. Hearing Hidden Sword Sage's warning, Su Yan's lips curled up into an evil smile. Just as the fire dragon was about to get close to him, he suddenly rolled his eyes and a red light appeared in them. His body suddenly jumped up. Xiao! The moment the fire dragon collided, Su Yan's body was like a bolt of lightning, directly leaping up. The fire dragon directly attacked the air. At the same time, Su Yan waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly a ghost howl whistled. With a swing of the sword, a loud sound suddenly rang out. The fire dragon was directly cut into two, turning into sparks and scattered. Good boy, you're really something. Sword Sage saw this scene through Su Yan's consciousness and couldn't help but smile in admiration. He then looked at the lava pool and said, Su Yan, the fire dragon born from the fire Qilin demon soul will only erupt once every 10 breaths. So you must quickly find the fiend immortal ancient jade and stimulate the demon's soul hidden in it. Then, let the fire unicorn demon soul merge with the demon soul. Only then will you be able to stop the fire unicorn demon soul from absorbing the Ling Qi here. Remember, you must be quick. The more Ling Qi this fire unicorn demon soul absorbs, the harder it will be for you. N. Chapter 281. Ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal. Su Yan still did not understand what the fire unicorn demon soul and the fire Qilin demon soul were. However, he finally understood what the ancient jade of the fiend immortal was. He also understood why he could not figure out the ancient jade of the fiend immortal despite studying it for so long. Of course, Su Yan knew that if he could not subdue the fire Qilin today, not only him, but the entire Great Fei Ancient Pagoda and Monster Palace would be destroyed. Su Yan still did not know what the fire Qilin was. However, from Sword Sage's serious expression, Su Yan knew that he was not being alarmist. Whether it was for himself or for the entire Monster Palace, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He quickly circulated his cultivation technique as he stepped on the sword dragon, searching for the ancient jade of the fiend immortal in the 9th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Unfortunately, the ancient jade of the fiend immortal had always been in the 9th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Now, it was nowhere to be found. Su Yan had searched every inch of the 9th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, but he still could not find the ancient jade of the fiend immortal. The ancient jade of the fiend immortal was not even the size of a palm in the past. Although the 9th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was not big, it was intricate and complicated. If the ancient jade of the fiend immortal was in any place, it would not be easy to find it. However, the ancient jade of the fiend immortal had absorbed the heat of the 8th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. In addition to the heat of the 9th level, it was red like a fireball. In the dim 9th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, it was definitely a bright light. However, Su Yan had not found any trace of the ancient jade of the fiend immortal despite searching for so long. Su Yan could not help but worry. Where did the ancient jade of the fiend immortal go? Su Yan furrowed his brows. He knew that he did not have much time left. At this moment, he could feel the scorching heat of the 9th level slowly surging up. The frost bloodline that Sword Sage had injected into his body was also slowly disappearing. If he waited for the frost bloodline to disappear before the fire unicorn demon soul appeared, Su Yan would be burned to death by the heat emitted by the 9th layer. Today, even if I have to turn the entire 9th level upside down, I will find the ancient jade of the fiend immortal. Su Yan thought to himself. His eyes immediately glowed brightly as he once again set off to search for the ancient jade of the fiend celestial. However, at this moment, with a loud bang, a huge burst of light erupted from the middle of the magma. Then, a fire dragon erupted, condensed, and pounced directly at Su Yan. Be careful. Seeing this, Sword Sage hurriedly reminded him. Good timing. Compared to Sword Sage's worry, Su Yan was not afraid of the fire dragon at all. Instead, he let out a soft shout as his lips curled into an evil smile. At the same time, his eyes turned and the ghost howl sword suddenly appeared in Su Yan's hand. Today, I will meet this fire dragon of yours. Su Yan let out a cold shout and immediately clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand. Facing the incoming fire dragon, he did not dodge at all. Instead, he leaped up and his body was like a bolt of lightning as he suddenly rushed towards the fire dragon. Wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan leaped up and immediately slashed out with his sword. A sword skill was released. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the ghost howl sword and attacked the fire dragon with a roar. Bang! The two forces collided and immediately caused a loud explosion. However, the fire dragon did not disappear because of this. Instead, it pounced towards Su Yan once again. Be careful. The hidden sword sage reminded him again. Su Yan did not care. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. His eyes surged as his body suddenly jumped up and directly avoided the fire dragon's attack. As his body leaped into the air, the ghost howl sword in his hand flashed. Whoosh! With a loud sound, it directly slashed towards the fire dragon's body. With a loud bang, the fire dragon was directly cut into two and turned into a bright firework that scattered on the ground. Boy, there are two boys. Sword Sage saw this scene and could not help but smile as he praised. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. His eyes were surging with a murderous intent. All of this was forced by the fire dragon. Su Yan almost died in the hands of the fire dragon when he first came to the 9th level. How could he not be angry? It was because of this anger that Su Yan did not choose to dodge this time. Instead, he directly destroyed the fire dragon. Of course, although he was angry, Su Yan was not affected by the anger in his heart. He did not lose his mind. With the previous two encounters, Su Yan more or less had some understanding of this fire dragon. In addition to the powerful strength of the fire dragon, the more important thing was that it contained a scorching energy. This scorching energy was definitely stronger than the power of the fire dragon. If it was the previous Su Yan, he could not even resist the scorching heat of the 9th level, let alone the scorching energy of the fire dragon. Naturally, he would not have the strength to fight back. However, it was different now. Su Yan's body had the frost bloodline that Sword Sage poured into it. Naturally, he was not afraid of the scorching heat. Since he was not afraid of the scorching heat, he was naturally not afraid of the fire dragon. Of course, Su Yan also understood that he did not have much time left. The frost bloodline in his body was constantly flowing away. He had to hurry up and find the celestial terminus jade. Otherwise, all of his efforts would be in vain. Celestial terminus jade, where are you? Su Yan stepped into the air again and started to search. As time passed, his brows furrowed tighter. Bang, however, right at this moment, another loud explosion suddenly rang out. Originally, Su Yan was anxious because he could not find the celestial terminus jade. Now that he heard the loud explosion, Su Yan knew that the fire dragon was about to appear again. He could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart when he knew that the fire dragon was about to appear again. Are you done? Let's see how strong you are. Su Yan shouted coldly. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and turned to deal with the fire dragon. However, just as Su Yan turned his head, he was completely stunned on the spot. This time, what appeared was not a fire dragon, but a huge qilin. Moreover, this qilin was formed by flames. Those bronze furnace-sized eyes stared at Su Yan. There was a faint murderous aura surging. Fire qilin. Under the powerful aura of this sacred beast, Su Yan could not help but swallow his saliva even though he was usually arrogant. Although Su Yan had encountered the blood dragon and bone dragon in the Thousand Ghosts cave and under the sword well, because of their broken bodies, the deterrent force was not comparable to the fire qilin beast in front of him. It's over, it's over. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice was heard. I did not expect that I underestimated the fire unicorn demon soul's speed of absorption. It's too late to say anything now. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he could not help but frown slightly. He glanced at the fire qilin and took a step back. He asked, Master, what is going on? Is this the fire qilin? This is not the fire qilin. Sword Sage smiled bitterly. Although it has the same appearance as the fire qilin, it is not the real fire qilin. To be more precise, it is only the fire unicorn demon soul. Fire unicorn demon soul. Su Yan frowned again. Yes, the fire unicorn demon soul was once extracted by a demon using the resentment of 10,000 souls in the world and condensed into 10,000 ghosts. However, that person underestimated the fire qilin's strength. When he extracted the fire qilin's soul, the fire qilin demon soul escaped. Sword Sage paused for a moment before continuing. And it was because the Fire Qilin demon soul escaped that the demon's plan was exposed. The Fire Unicorn demon soul is sealed in the ancient demon pagoda. As for the Fire Qilin demon soul, it is sealed in your fiend immortal ancient jade. Su Yan already had doubts about this matter. It would have been better if Sword Sage did not explain. Now that he did, he was even more confused. Su Yan, I will naturally explain these matters to you in the future. It is obvious that the Fire Qilin's devil soul has successfully devoured the Fire Qilin's devil soul because it has absorbed the spirit qi. However, it has yet to awaken. Therefore, you must extract the ancient jade of the fiend celestial from its body. Sword Sage did not finish his sentence. However, Su Yan understood what he meant. Based on the strength of the Fire Qilin, not to mention the Monster Palace, even all the sects in the 5 counties would not be able to resist it. If the Fire Unicorn demon soul was truly awakened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Master, what do I have to do? Su Yan was a little afraid of the Fire Unicorn demon soul. However, Su Yan knew that no matter what, whether he died or not, he had to do it today. Not for the people of the world, not for the Monster Palace, but for himself. Su Yan had to extract the fiend immortal ancient jade. What do I have to do? When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's words, he smiled bitterly. Su Yan, to be honest, if the Fire Unicorn demon soul had not swallowed the Fire Qilin demon soul, I would have a way. But now... What? When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he could not help but frown. Although he was a little afraid, at least Sword Sage, the founding ancestor of the hidden sword tomb, was here. He felt more or less reassured. However, now that Sword Sage said that he did not know what to do, Su Yan was suddenly at a loss. At the same time, he was even more afraid of the power of the Fire Unicorn demon soul. Sword Sage was the founding ancestor of the hidden sword tomb. Although Su Yan did not know how strong he was still an existence that surpassed the Radius realm. If even someone like that did not know how strong the Fire Unicorn demon soul was, then how strong was it? Chapter 282. When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but frown. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "It seems like we can only take a gamble." Gamble? Su Yan was stunned. He didn't understand what Sword Sage meant. Sword Sage felt Su Yan's surprise and nodded slightly. Su Yan, the strength of this Fire Qilin's demon soul is beyond your imagination. You are too weak. If you rely on your strength, you won't be its opponent. So, we can only take a gamble. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he couldn't help but blush with shame. Perhaps in the eyes of many, a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator was an expert of a generation. However, Su Yan knew that this little bit of strength was insignificant. Moreover, he was a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator who couldn't even feel the power of heaven and earth. This kind of strength was even weaker than an ordinary celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. Therefore, when Sword Sage said that he was weak, Su Yan only felt ashamed. Gamble, gamble. It seems like we have no other choice. Obviously, Sword Sage didn't like this kind of gambling method to solve problems. After all, the stakes of this gamble were too high. If he lost the bet, not only would Su Yan lose his life here, perhaps even the entire Supreme Demon Palace, or even the entire 5 counties would be destroyed because of this. However, they had no choice but to gamble. Because if they didn't gamble, they wouldn't even have the slightest chance. Now, Sword Sage and Su Yan had no choice. Su Yan, are you afraid? Sword Sage whispered to Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. If Sword Sage hadn't asked this question, Su Yan would have been afraid. After all, Su Yan was only in the celestial phenomenon realm. However, he had to face the Fire Qilin, which was even stronger than the Qilin Saint Beast. How could he not be afraid? But what's the point of being afraid? Su Yan glanced at the Fire Qilin's sacred beast. He knew that he would not be able to escape from this calamity. It was useless to be afraid. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes. He replied with a firm tone, "Master, I am not afraid." Today I will take a gamble. All right. When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's words, he instantly became bold and laughed. Su Yan, let's make a bet today. Su Yan nodded. His eyes were like torches, no longer showing the slightest trace of fear. When Sword Sage saw Su Yan's gaze, he nodded in appreciation. Then he glanced at the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul and said, Su Yan, the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul has not fully awakened yet. So we still have a chance. If we wait until it awakens, then we won't have any chance at all. So, you have to make the best use of your time. Yes. Su Yan nodded again. Then, he gripped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and quickly circulated the cultivation technique in his body. When Sword Sage saw this, he said, Su Yan, what you need to do now is to pry open the mouth of the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul and enter its stomach to find the fiend Immortal Ancient Jade. Then, you can stop the fusion of the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul and the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. Su Yan nodded his head once again as his eyes glowed. Although the Fire Qilin had yet to awaken, an irresistible majestic aura was being emitted from its body as well as its gigantic head. But now, Su Yan no longer had a trace of fear when he looked at it. When Sword Sage finished speaking, he suddenly jumped and flew towards the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. When Su Yan flew over, Sword Sage's voice sounded again. Su Yan, remember, although the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul has not yet awakened, its body has already formed a barrier around its body. It contains a huge amount of power. You have to be careful. Bang! Just as Sword Sage finished speaking, a loud bang suddenly erupted. A fire dragon burst out from the lava pool and rushed towards Su Yan with a roar. Go to hell. Su Yan did not have much time left. When he saw that the fire dragon was still causing trouble, he was instantly enraged. He let out a cold shout and a powerful force suddenly erupted from his body. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand slashed out horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out. Bang! The fire dragon exploded, turning into countless sparks that fell to the ground. Then, Su Yan's eyes turned. He raised the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and attacked the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's huge mouth. Bang! Before Su Yan could get close, Su Yan suddenly felt a powerful energy surge towards him. A light barrier erupted and Su Yan was sent flying. What's going on? Su Yan was shocked. Su Yan, this is the barrier emitted by the body of the Fire Kirin's Devil Soul. Therefore, you must break this barrier now. Remember, you must be fast. Otherwise, the more spirit energy the Fire Kirin's Devil Soul absorbs, the stronger this barrier will become. At that time, with your strength, you will not be able to break it. Sword Sage knew that Su Yan was surprised and explained to him. Su Yan nodded his head. Once again, a resplendent glow appeared in his eyes. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body started to circulate rapidly. Gripping the Ghost Howl sword in his hand, a resplendent glow appeared. One sword to settle heaven and earth. Su Yan coldly shouted. His body suddenly rushed out and the Ghost Howl sword in his hand struck forward at the same time. Like a bolt of lightning, the sword light flickered and cut through the air, causing bursts of loud noises. Su Yan shouted coldly. With a loud bang, a huge amount of energy suddenly surged up. Su Yan was sent flying. His body rolled over and over, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan's body fell heavily to the ground. Su Yan suddenly frowned when he saw that the barrier in front of the Fire Qilin Devil Soul was completely fine. However, the glow in his eyes remained the same as it flashed with waves of bright light. His entire body suddenly shrunk as he looked at the Fire Qilin Devil Soul. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate rapidly. A majestic amount of energy surged out and poured into the Ghost Howl sword. In an instant, countless rays of light burst out and a series of roars burst out. 9 dragons' souls stealing. Su Yan bellowed as his body madly rushed forward once again. Bang! With a loud bang, a crack suddenly appeared on the seemingly indestructible Fire Qilin Devil Soul barrier. At the same time, Su Yan immediately felt a violent burning sensation surging towards him. Su Yan immediately felt as if his entire body was being burned by this scorching heat. Waves of tearing pain radiated from his body. The endless pain eroded Su Yan. Even with Su Yan's mental strength, he couldn't help but let out a low roar. Has the ice frost bloodline disappeared? Sword Sage frowned when he felt Su Yan's pain. Then he saw the barrier beside the fire unicorn demon soul. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Su Yan, hang in there." Su Yan felt as though his entire body was on fire. The scorching pain that came from his heart directly burned Su Yan's consciousness. This kind of pain that was worse than death made Su Yan want to give up. However, Su Yan knew that he couldn't. Su Yan roared. The ghost howl sword that was about to leave his hand was once again held tightly by Su Yan. No, I can't give up, I can't, Su Yan roared furiously. His pupils suddenly turned and a ray of light gushed out. A ray of red light directly hit the barrier. At the same time, Su Yan's cultivation method quickly circulated. He held the ghost howl sword in his hand and pushed it forward. Bang! With a loud bang, the barrier of the fire Qilin's devil's soul finally cracked open. Pucci, the interior of Su Yan's body churned the moment the barrier was broken. Another mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from his mouth. His entire body swayed and fell to the ground. Su Yan. Sword Sage couldn't bear to see Su Yan like this. Su Yan might have just met Sword Sage. However, Sword Sage had accompanied Su Yan since the day he left the hidden sword tomb. Sword Sage had watched Su Yan grow. He had watched Su Yan work hard to become stronger. He had also saved Su Yan many times. Although Su Yan had just become his disciple today, Sword Sage had already recognized Su Yan as his disciple. Seeing him in such pain, Sword Sage couldn't bear it. Su Yan. Sword Sage was the founder of the hidden sword tomb. He had seen many things in his life. However, seeing Su Yan like this, his heart couldn't help but sink. I'm fine. Su Yan heard Sword Sage's sorrowful voice. He endured the pain in his heart and slowly stood up. At this moment, Su Yan's body felt like it was on fire. His whole body was as red as a fireball. His eyes were bloodshot. Su Yan gritted his teeth and endured the burning pain in his body. He asked Sword Sage, Master, what should I do now? Sword Sage was the founder of the hidden sword tomb. He naturally knew how the heat in the supreme demon ancient pagoda affected Su Yan, a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. If it wasn't for Su Yan's amazing willpower, he would have died from the burning pain. However, Su Yan was still holding on. Sword Sage originally thought that he wouldn't be able to stop the fusion of the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul and Fire Qilin Demon Soul. However, when he saw the determination in Su Yan's red eyes, Sword Sage saw a glimmer of hope. Chapter 283. Remember, you have to be quick. Sword Sage gritted his teeth and said, his voice trembling. He was very clear about the pain Su Yan was enduring. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. However, Su Yan was still able to hold on. This was already a miracle among miracles. How could the hidden Sword Sage have the heart to ask him to break those stones as soon as possible? However, there was nothing he could do. After all, these stones were the spirit-absorbing array set up by the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. If he didn't destroy them, Su Yan wouldn't be able to pry open the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth. Therefore, he had no other choice. Hold on. Su Yan endured the immense pain in his body. He wanted to give up, but he knew that if he gave up now, all his efforts would be wasted. Therefore, he couldn't give up, he definitely couldn't. Su Yan roared as he endured the immense pain. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body suddenly circulated rapidly. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, he slashed at one of the stones. Bang! With a loud sound, the stone suddenly broke into pieces. A smile involuntarily flashed across the corners of Su Yan's mouth. Just now, he was really afraid that these rocks would be as hard as the previous barrier. If that was the case, regardless of how strong Su Yan's willpower was, he would not be able to break through so many rocks. Pucci. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt the blood in his body churning. A stream of blood gushed out from his mouth. Su Yan's body went limp and fell to the ground. Su Yan. Sword Sage saw Su Yan in such a state and anxiously shouted. Cough cough, master, I'm fine. Su Yan coughed a few times and stood up from the ground again. At this moment, Su Yan's whole body was red, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. Only the skin on his face seemed to be constantly shedding. Su Yan, if you can't do it, just give up. When Sword Sage saw Su Yan in such a state, he couldn't bear to see him suffer any longer. This was because he knew very well that Su Yan's body had basically lost all of its defenses. The reason why he was able to hold on was because he was holding on with his last breath, relying on his strong will to persevere. Sword Sage was truly impressed by Su Yan's strong will. Sword Sage knew that even if he had lived for such a long time, he would not be able to match Su Yan's will. However, when Sword Sage saw Su Yan's painful appearance, he couldn't bear to see Su Yan persevere any longer. Furthermore, Su Yan's spirit energy had long been depleted. Even if Su Yan could break these stones, he wouldn't be able to pry open the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth. In the end, Su Yan wouldn't be able to escape death. Furthermore, even if Su Yan could pry open the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth and enter the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body, with Su Yan's current body, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Therefore, Sword Sage didn't want Su Yan to persevere. However, in the face of Sword Sage's persuasion, Su Yan only smiled faintly. His blood-red eyes were still filled with unswerving determination. Looking at the other stone beside him, he gritted his teeth and gripped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. Enduring the intense pain in his body, he took a step forward. But another stone exploded. Seeing this, Sword Sage was moved. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, Su Yan. Since you're so desperate, I, Hidden Sword, will fight with you today." As Sword Sage spoke, the remnant soul in Su Yan's mind suddenly erupted with a powerful force. This force instantly entered Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but be startled. Then he felt Sword Sage's body gradually disappear. He was shocked. "Master, ha!" Seeing Su Yan's anxious expression, Sword Sage let out a hearty laugh. "Su Yan, since you're so persistent, how can I, Hidden Sword, not help you as your master?" "But master..." Su Yan felt Sword Sage's body becoming more and more blurry. His heart suddenly ached. How could Sword Sage not know Su Yan's meaning? He smiled and said, "Su Yan, don't worry. I've only used up the last of my strength and fell into a coma. In the future, when your cultivation becomes stronger, I'll naturally absorb the spiritual energy in your body and recover. So Su Yan, you don't have to worry about me at all. Now, I'll use the last of my strength to help you. Although it won't be of much use, at least it can save you from the pain you're going through now. Su Yan, you must remember, you must be fast. Otherwise, when the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul awakens, everything you've done today will be in vain." After Sword Sage finished speaking, he completely disappeared. Su Yan also couldn't sense his existence. Su Yan's heart ached again, but he could feel that the pain in his body had lessened a lot. He immediately grasped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and gritted his teeth. "I must break this Fire Unicorn Demon Soul, I must." Su Yan gritted his teeth and his body suddenly surged. Patting his storage bag, he took out the scarlet parting sword case and quickly circulated the great sun-colored glass sword scripture. "Break!" Su Yan shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, several flying swords rushed out from the scarlet parting sword case and directly exploded at the stones. But, bang, after a few loud sounds, the stones were suddenly blown away. Seeing this scene, Su Yan finally showed a gratified smile, but soon this smile disappeared from Su Yan's face. Su Yan knew very well that this was only the first step to success. The real difficulty was still to come. He had to pry open the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth and enter its body to find the evil immortal ancient jade and extract it from its body. Only in this way could he prevent the Fire Unicorn from awakening and prevent a disaster from happening. Su Yan looked at the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's tightly closed mouth and suddenly frowned. This Fire Unicorn Demon Soul was an existence that surpassed the sacred beast unicorn demon Qilin. Although it hadn't awakened yet, it was easy to pry open its mouth. What's more, Su Yan didn't have much spirit energy left in his body. After all, Su Yan was constantly fighting against the heat here. If it wasn't for Sword Sage's last bit of spirit energy, Su Yan would have died. Su Yan didn't know how long he could hold on with his willpower. No matter what, since I've already come this far, I have to give it a try. Su Yan looked at the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth and gritted his teeth. He immediately jumped up and attacked the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth with the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. His speed was as fast as lightning. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand instantly exploded with a powerful light. There was a loud bang. Su Yan directly hit the mouth of the Fire Kirin's Devil Soul. When the formidable energy collided with the mouth of the Fire Kirin's Devil Soul, it suddenly exploded. Su Yan's entire body was also sent flying under the rebound of this power. Poochie, Su Yan once again spat out a mouthful of blood. He was secretly shocked in his heart. This Fire Qilin's Devil Soul is indeed powerful. Even though it has yet to awaken, its body alone is already so powerful. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid at all. He sneered and once again clenched the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and attacked. Lowly brat, you think you can ruin my plans? Just as Su Yan stood up, a dull voice suddenly echoed in the air. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He frowned and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." "Ah, you brat, I'm right in front of you." Just as Su Yan's voice fell, this voice sounded again. Su Yan was stunned again. Looking at the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul in front of him, he seemed to understand something. He frowned and pointed at the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul and shouted, "Is it you, bastard?" Bastard, lowly brat, the dignified demon sovereign myriad soul, was actually called a bastard. You're courting death. Just as Su Yan's voice fell, the voice suddenly became furious. At the same time, a huge fireball erupted from the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body and directly hit Su Yan. The fireball came with a ferocious momentum. As it tore through the void, a series of whistling sounds echoed in the entire ninth layer. Seeing this, Su Yan was shocked. His eyes moved and his body hurriedly retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding the attack. At this time, the voice spoke again. "Brat, you have some skills. To have such a cultivation at the 1-star celestial phase realm, you are a rare talent. If you surrender to this sovereign now, I might spare your life." Surrender? Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Then his eyes darkened and he shouted, "Don't even think about it. Today, I will definitely extract the fiend immortal ancient jade from your body. You think you can?" When the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul heard Su Yan's rejection, it immediately became furious and coldly shouted, "Brat, if you didn't stop me, I'm afraid I would have devoured the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul long ago. I, the great demon sovereign myriad soul, would have been reborn. And all of this is because of you. Do you think that I can still let you destroy me now?" The Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's voice exploded again. At the same time, several fireballs erupted from the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body. Although Su Yan didn't know who this self-proclaimed demon sovereign myriad soul was, Su Yan knew that no matter what, he had to stop the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul from fusing with the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. Otherwise, if this demon sovereign myriad soul took control of the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul, the 5 counties wouldn't be peaceful. Looking at the fireballs that kept coming, Su Yan clenched his teeth and quickly circulated the cultivation technique in his body. He coldly shouted, "Break?" His body suddenly surged forward, and he directly slashed at one of the fireballs with his sword. Several fireballs were suddenly broken apart. When those fireballs disappeared, several fireballs suddenly surged out of the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body. Seeing this, Su Yan frowned. Chapter 284. Hearing this voice, Su Yan frowned. Looking at the fireballs that kept coming out, a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Su Yan was very clear about his body's current condition. Although he had the power from Sword Sage, after all, Sword Sage had saved Su Yan several times. He did not have much power left. In addition, Su Yan's injuries were too serious. Hidden Sword Sage's power couldn't hold on for long. If this fire Qilin devil soul were to continuously erupt with fireballs, Su Yan would not even need to use these fireballs to attack, as he would die from the exhaustion of the spirit qi within his body. As Su Yan was thinking, the fireballs arrived in front of him. Su Yan suddenly frowned again. The great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly circulated. His body leaped up, and with a cold shout, the ghost howl sword in his hand suddenly slashed out horizontally. A powerful force burst out from the ghost howl sword, and a bright light surged out. With a bang, the fireballs were shattered, turning into countless sparks that fell to the ground. Su Yan launched a strike and was panting heavily. It was obvious that the spirit qi in his body was getting less and less. At this moment, the voice sounded again, "Ha, it's useless. Kid, don't think you can stop me." Following that, a few more fireballs surged out from its body. Su Yan frowned and hurriedly took a few steps back. This won't do. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion before I can pry open the mouth of the fire Qilin devil soul. Su Yan stared at the fireballs that were constantly surging towards him and frowned. A mere one-star Emperor Xianxia wants to stop me? You're courting death. Seeing Su Yan's expression, the thousand ghost demon's soul laughed arrogantly. "Ha, kid, if you surrender to me now, maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, when I awaken, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Surrender? Don't even think about it. Su Yan snorted and snorted. In his mind, the word surrender did not exist. What an arrogant kid. A mere one-star Emperor Xianxia. I, the thousand ghost demon soul, want you to surrender to me. This is the blessing of a lifetime. You're courting death. The thousand ghost demon soul snorted. Suddenly, countless fireballs burst out from the fire unicorn demon soul's huge body. Su Yan was shocked. There are so many fireballs. With my current strength, I can't break them one by one. Even if I break them, the fireballs will continue to surge towards me. There is no chance at all. Su Yan looked at the fireballs that kept surging towards him, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. Is there really no other way? Su Yan's heart sank. His mind was spinning. What way is there? Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't know anything about the fire unicorn demon soul. He had never heard of this thousand ghost demon soul before. How could he know how to deal with it? Su Yan wished that Sword Sage wasn't asleep. If he was, he would definitely think of a way to deal with the current situation. What way is there? Su Yan roared in his heart. When he looked at the mouth of the fire Qilin's devil soul, he saw that there was a crack in its mouth. His eyes suddenly brightened. Master said that as long as I enter the fire unicorn demon soul's body and extract the celestial fiend jade, I can stop the thousand ghost demon soul from regenerating. Then, thinking of this, Su Yan's great sun-colored glazed sword scripture started to spin rapidly. Looking at the mouth of the fire Kirin devil soul, a burst of light suddenly surged in his eyes. Then a burst of majestic power was emitted from his body. Ha, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself. When the self-proclaimed thousand ghost demon soul saw the power erupting from Su Yan's body, he laughed. Boy, it's useless. Don't make a pointless struggle. Just accept your death. Su Yan didn't care about the thousand ghost demon soul's laughter. His eyes continued to move and emitted a demonic blood-red light. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body spun rapidly. The spiritual energy in his blood vessels kept flowing into the pagoda sword. The moment the spiritual energy entered the pagoda sword suddenly emitted a bright golden light. As the light spread, a powerful force exploded. When the thousand ghost demon soul saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw the pagoda sword in Su Yan's hand, he was stunned. Then he said in horror, "The pagoda sword! How is this possible? How can the pagoda sword be in your hands?" The pagoda sword? You're the successor of the pagoda sword sect. The thousand ghost demon soul was clearly afraid of the pagoda sword sect. When he saw the pagoda sword in Su Yan's hand, his voice trembled. Then he became furious and shouted, "The successor of the pagoda sword sect. Good. Looks like I'll have to get rid of you today." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion. Countless fireballs erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body. The light from the fireballs lit up the entire 9th level of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan didn't care about this at all. He stared at the mouth of the fire unicorn demon soul and continued to emit a scarlet light. The 1,000 ghost demon soul immediately burst into laughter when he saw the fireballs. So what if you're the successor of the Pagoda Sword sect? So what if you have the Pagoda Sword? You're still going to die at my hands today. Pagoda Sword Venerable, you probably didn't expect this. Thousands of years ago, you sealed me here. Now, the only successor of the Pagoda Sword sect is going to die here. The more the 1,000 ghost demon souls spoke, the prouder and crazier he became. Especially when he mentioned the Pagoda Sword sect, his voice sounded crazy. Brat, to be honest, I really have to thank you. If you didn't bring the fiendish immortal ancient jade and trigger a resonance with me, I might have been sealed here for the rest of my life. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Pagoda Sword Venerable, you probably didn't expect this. Su Yan didn't care about the 1,000 ghost demon souls' laughter. He stared at the mouth of the fire unicorn demon soul and the fireballs that were flying towards him. His spiritual energy was pushed to the limit. Just as one of the fireballs was about to hit him, Su Yan, who hadn't moved his body until now, finally moved. Now is the time. Su Yan coldly cried out. In an instant, his eyes turned and a bright glow erupted from his blood dragon eyes. His entire body was like a long rainbow as he leaped up. The Buddha sword, which was emitting a resplendent golden glow, shot forward and sliced through the air with a deafening boom. Bang! Zhao Fu's sword slammed into the first ball of fiery qi, resulting in a massive explosion as boundless fiery light shot out. Is it useful? When the myriad ghost demon master saw this, he laughed out loud again. The kid, just accept your death obediently. As the 1,000 ghost demon souls spoke, a fireball suddenly exploded towards Su Yan. The huge force suddenly exploded on Su Yan's body. When the 1,000 ghost demon souls saw this, he laughed even more mournfully. Pagoda Sword Venerable, Pagoda Sword Venerable, this must be your last successor. I didn't expect you to die at my hands in the end. At this moment, myriad ghost demon sovereigns saw the scene before him and his laughter came to an abrupt halt. When he saw the icy light surging from Su Yan's body, the 1,000 ghost demon soul was stunned. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. When Su Yan heard the 1,000 ghost demon soul's terrified expression, the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. He looked at the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth and narrowed his eyes. Success or failure depends on this. As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly became like a bolt of lightning. He tightly gripped the pagoda sword in his hand and charged forward. When the 1,000 ghost demon soul heard Su Yan's words, he was furious. He roared, "Brat, do you think this is enough? Die!" With this roar, countless fireballs suddenly erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body and rapidly smashed towards Su Yan. Success or failure depends on this. Success or failure depends on this. When Su Yan saw this, his expression didn't change at all. He was still cold and emotionless. Only his eyes, which were staring at the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth, kept emitting waves of resplendent light. At this moment, bang, suddenly, countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body. The black ice divine shield on Su Yan's body was instantly blasted apart. A searing pain exploded from Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but roar in pain. His entire body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. At this moment, the 1,000 ghost demon soul roared again and countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body. Su Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Just now, when he used the black ice divine shield to block those fireballs, he had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body. Now, Su Yan was already at his wit's end. Under the attack of the fireballs, Su Yan's entire body suddenly tottered. Waves of searing pain constantly surged in his body, constantly eroding Su Yan's body. "Ha brat, let's see how you struggle." Seeing this, the 1,000 ghost demon souls sneered and roared, "Die!" Then, a few more fireballs directly flew towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body suddenly tumbled. It was as if his body was being torn apart, and all his tendons and veins were burning. Even with his strong willpower, he could not help but let out a low roar. Even so, Su Yan still clenched his teeth and persevered. "No. I can't lose here like this. No, I definitely can't. Good brat, you're still not dead. Let's see how long you can last." Chapter 285. Bang. Countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body, and the intense pain instantly spread to every nerve in Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body felt like it was about to burn. Su Yan also let out a low roar in pain. However, his eyes were still surging with a resplendent glow. Success or failure will depend on this. Su Yan clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted. Ignoring the fireballs, he exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body and directly attacked the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth with the Buddha sword. His speed was as fast as lightning, and under the cover of the countless fireballs, he directly passed through. Bang. The Buddha sword instantly hit the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth, and suddenly a loud explosion sounded. After receiving such a heavy blow, the myriad ghost demon ancestor couldn't help but let out a cry of grief. The arrogant voice from before also turned into shock. "How is this possible? How is this possible? You're just a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. How can you?" Although the myriad ghost demon ancestor didn't believe it, the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth had already been pried open by Su Yan. The moment the mouth was pried open, the surrounding fireballs also disappeared. When Su Yan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a light smile. With a bang, his entire body fell onto the ground. Although the fireballs had disappeared, Su Yan had received too many attacks just now. Now, Su Yan's body didn't have a single piece of intact flesh, and his clothes were also burned to ashes. Did it work? Seeing the fire unicorn demon soul's pried open mouth, Su Yan felt a gratified smile in his heart. However, at this moment, the myriad ghost demon ancestor's voice sounded again. Good boy, I really underestimated you. You actually made me open my mouth with willpower. Not bad. But do you think it will work? Don't forget, even if you pry open your mouth, you still won't be able to extract the ancient jade of the fiendish immortal. You still won't be able to resist the rebirth of my 10,000 ghosts demon lord. When Su Yan heard myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, his entire body froze. His muddle-headed will suddenly sobered up at this moment. That's right, the 1,000 ghosts archdevil was right. Although he had pried open the 1,000 ghosts archdevil's mouth, he still couldn't extract the ancient jade of the evil immortal from the 1,000 ghosts archdevil's body. He still couldn't stop the 1,000 ghosts archdevil from regenerating. Everything he had done today was in vain. No, I can't fall like this. Su Yan was on the verge of fainting, but when he heard myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, his mind moved. He forcefully supported his broken body and struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, Su Yan's injuries were too serious. Just as he stood up, his knees went soft, and he fell to the ground again. When myriad ghost demon sovereign saw Su Yan like this, he laughed loudly and said, Lowly brat, stop struggling. You can't stop me. Hearing myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, Su Yan didn't know why, but anger suddenly surged in his heart. This anger surged in Su Yan's heart and stimulated the will in his heart. No, I must stop it, I must. Su Yan roared in his heart, and a bright light suddenly surged in his eyes. With a loud bang, a majestic spirit energy suddenly surged in Su Yan's body. Roar, a dragon's roar reverberated, and Su Yan's entire body was suddenly torn apart, turning into a dragon. What's going on? When myriad ghost demon sovereign saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was in a daze, another mighty dragon's roar reverberated. Following that, a bright light surged, and Su Yan's entire body suddenly drilled into the fire unicorn demon soul's body. The moment Su Yan entered the fire unicorn demon soul's body, myriad ghost demon sovereigns suddenly let out a sorrowful cry. No. Impossible. How can I, myriad ghost demon sovereign, be destroyed by a mere one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? Absolutely impossible. As myriad ghost demon sovereign roared, a bright light suddenly surged in the fire unicorn demon soul's body, and a majestic power directly exploded toward Su Yan. Su Yan was already exhausted. He had only succeeded in transforming into a dragon by sheer willpower. When the majestic power attacked, Su Yan wanted to dodge, but the space inside the fire unicorn demon soul was small to begin with, and Su Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Bang! All of a sudden, Su Yan's entire dragon body was blasted away. Brat, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. When Su Yan's body was blown out of the fire unicorn demon soul's body, myriad ghost demon sovereigns suddenly laughed sinisterly. Brat, if you didn't stop me, how could I, myriad ghost demon sovereign, have spent 1,000 years of my cultivation? You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. As myriad ghost demon sovereign roared, the fire Qilin's body that had been in a daze all this time suddenly moved. Its 4 huge limbs fell down. Bang! The entire supreme demon ancient tower trembled. A surge of majestic power suddenly surged forth. Pucci, under the pressure of this power, Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The myriad ghost demon sovereign roared, and the fire Qilin's body suddenly pounced toward Su Yan. Its 4 huge limbs trampled on Su Yan's body. Bang! Su Yan's entire body was suddenly trampled into a pulp. A strand of soul rushed out of Su Yan's body. When the fire unicorn demon soul saw this, it couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a raging fire rushed out of its nose and it shouted, Brat, you're only at the 1-star celestial phase realm, but you've actually condensed a soul. Interesting. Today, I'll kill you to vent the hatred in my heart. Now, I'll devour your soul. Hearing this voice, the fire unicorn demon's soul suddenly opened its mouth wide, wanting to devour Su Yan's soul. Myriad ghost demon sovereign, you stole my soul. It's time to repay it. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the fire unicorn demon soul's body. What? Myriad ghost demon sovereign was stunned. Whoosh! At this moment, a bright light surged out, and the fiend immortal ancient jade burst out from its body. The fiend immortal ancient jade was no longer the same as before. Its entire body was scarlet red, and it constantly shone with a bright light. At the moment when the light shone, with a loud bang, the fiend immortal ancient jade exploded, and a huge body surged out. It was the fire Qilin demon beast that was similar to the fire unicorn demon soul. Fire Qilin. Although the myriad ghost demon sovereign had the body of a fire Qilin, he couldn't help but tremble when he saw the fire Qilin. Myriad ghost demon sovereign, you destroyed my body thousands of years ago. Now, it's time for you to pay for it. The fire Qilin demon's soul roared, and the raging flames around its body suddenly burst out, directly colliding with the fire unicorn demon soul. The fire unicorn demon's soul roared, but it wasn't in a hurry. It opened its huge claws and attacked the fire Qilin demon soul. With a loud bang, a huge surge of energy surged, illuminating the surrounding darkness as if it was daytime. The fire unicorn demon soul took a few steps back, and the myriad ghost demon sovereign inside its body said in astonishment, Fire Qilin, how can you be reborn? No, how is this possible? Your demon soul is under my control. How can you be reborn? Hearing his words, the fire Qilin demon's soul roared and laughed. Ha, myriad ghost demon sovereign, you didn't expect this, right? I forgot to tell you, when you controlled me, I already left a trace of my demon soul in your demon soul. In addition, for thousands of years, I've been constantly absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and devouring spiritual stones in the world. Naturally, I can be reborn. However, I actually have to thank you, myriad ghost demon sovereign. If you hadn't expended so much energy fighting that punk, I wouldn't have been your match. But now, the fire Qilin demon soul sneered and directly collided with the fire unicorn demon soul. Although this body actually belonged to the fire Qilin, the fire qilin did not hesitate. At the moment of impact, it released all its strength. Be it the soul or the body, they were all born from the fire qilin, and they were all sacred beasts. The strength of the two was enough to destroy the world. As the intense battle broke out in the 9th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, it immediately caused the entire monster palace to shake. The disciples cultivating in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda immediately sensed the powerful energy, and one by one, they left the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. All the upper echelons of the monster palace were gathered here. Elder Li Tianyi frowned when he sensed the majestic energy fluctuations in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. He wasn't the only one. All the disciples were the same. Of course, there were also some disciples who were angry. This person was none other than Murong Fu, who wanted to kill Su Yan. Murong Fu had been stunned by Su Yan's powerful defense on the 7th level. And because he was stunned, Murong Fu's killing intent towards Su Yan grew even stronger. He was cultivating in seclusion on the 8th level, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Needless to say, Murong Fu was truly a genius of his generation. In just a few days, he had touched the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, and he was about to break through to the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Suddenly, a majestic energy came from the bottom of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. The strength of the energy was beyond imagination. It scared Murong Fu so much that he immediately ran out of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. This also caused him to fail in his attempt to break through to the 8th level. Looking at the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda that was still surging, how could he not be angry? Elderly, what is going on? Murong Fu was angry, so he naturally didn't hold back when speaking to Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi was also frustrated by this matter. When he heard Murong Fu's tone, he frowned and shouted, "I will naturally deal with this matter. There's no need for you to worry." Chapter 286. Please ask the palace master to come out. The others didn't think much of it. After all, they didn't know that the princess of Chu had died. However, Makaryu Ice and the others who were standing to the side trembled. A sinister smile appeared on Ming Ruofeng's face. When Li Tianyi heard this, he frowned. This was because he could feel the power fluctuating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Tower. It wasn't something he could resist. With such a big matter happening, it was reasonable to ask the palace master for help. Although he also felt that it was reasonable to ask the Princess of Chu to come out, his expression was still gloomy. He didn't favor Murong Fu at all. He glanced at him and said coldly, "Murong Fu, even if you want to ask the palace master, I should be the one to inform him. It's not up to a disciple like you to make the decision." "You?" Murong Fu looked at Li Tianyi. He, who was already suppressing his anger, became even more furious. For him, in the entire monster palace, other than the Princess of Chu, there was also the celestial pig demon king, Luo Yaofeng. In the entire Supreme Demon Palace, there was not a single person that he could take a fancy to. So what if he was a disciple? His strength was at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. He was only one level lower than Li Tianyi, so he was naturally dissatisfied with Li Tianyi. However, looking at the light emitted from Li Tianyi's eyes, Murong Fu chose to endure. "Li Tianyi, just you wait. As long as I break through the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, I will be able to replace your position." Murong Fu sneered in his heart. He looked at Li Tianyi and nodded. He said with an evil smile, "Oh, Li Tianyi, since you want to inform the palace master, go quickly. Don't delay my cultivation." Li Tianyi was too lazy to argue with Murong Fu. He snorted and was about to inform the Princess of Chu. Chu Linger's heart trembled when she saw this. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop Li Tianyi and said, "Elderly, you can't. My mother is in a critical period of secluded cultivation. It's inconvenient to disturb her with this matter." Chu Linger was the daughter of the Princess of Chu, and Chu Linger was also very talented. Although the Princess of Chu did not announce Chu Linger as the successor of the Monster Palace, in many people's hearts, the Princess of Chu was the next palace master. Now that she had stepped out, her words naturally carried some weight. When Li Tianyi heard Chu Linger's words, his brows furrowed. For a moment, he didn't know how to decide. Although Chu Linger was the daughter of the Princess of Chu, because of the Princess of Chu's protection, Chu Linger had never cared about the Monster Palace. After the Princess of Chu passed away, Su Yan directly took over the position of Palace Master. Chu Linger had always ignored the matters of the Monster Palace. Now that she encountered this matter, Chu Linger had no confidence in her heart. Seeing that all the disciples were looking at her, she, who was naturally thin-skinned, couldn't help but blush. Junior Sister Chu, this matter is of great importance. I think it's better to ask the Princess of Chu to come out and preside over it. At this moment, Ming Ruofeng, who was standing next to her, suddenly spoke. Ming Ruofeng, what do you mean by this? Hearing Ming Ruofeng's words, Mikaryu Ice and the others couldn't help but have a burst of anger on their faces. After all, Ming Ruofeng knew that the Princess of Chu had passed away. Now that he proposed to see the Princess of Chu at this juncture, wasn't he causing trouble? When Ming Ruofeng heard Mikaryu Ice and the others questioning, he smiled coldly and didn't answer. Seeing Ming Ruofeng like this, Chu Linger also frowned slightly. She glared at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, Ming Ruofeng, I already said that my mother is in seclusion, and it's not convenient to disturb her. What do you mean by this? Seclusion? I don't think so. Ming Ruofeng smiled coldly. Although he didn't directly say the truth of the matter, the expression on his face had a different charm, and it couldn't help but make people suspicious. Don't forget, the people here today are all the geniuses of the Supreme Demon Palace. Seeing Ming Ruofeng's expression, Li Tianyi also frowned. Looking at the anxious eyes of Chu Linger, Mikaryu Ice, and the others, he had some doubts in his heart. Although the Princess of Chu has handed over all the major and minor matters in the palace to me, with the Princess of Chu's personality, she has never been in seclusion for such a long time. Could it be that the Princess of Chu is seriously injured? Thinking of this, Li Tianyi's body suddenly trembled. After all, the entire Monster Palace was now supported by the Princess of Chu alone. If the Princess of Chu was really seriously injured, the Pig Sky Monster King and Luo Yaofeng would definitely take this opportunity to fight back. If these two people fought back, then the Monster Palace would definitely be reshuffled. At that time, not only would he lose his position as an elder, but he might also lose his life. Thinking of this, Li Tianyi's body suddenly trembled. Seeing that everyone was still arguing, Li Tianyi suddenly shouted, All right, stop arguing. I'll naturally investigate this matter. It's not up to you to worry. For now, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda will be temporarily sealed. I'll make a decision after I'm done with it. After Li Tianyi finished speaking, a majestic spiritual power surged in his body, emitting a majestic aura. He shouted, I've made this decision today. If anyone dares to cause trouble behind my back, don't blame me for being rude. With that said, Li Tianyi waved his hand and sealed the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Everyone was shocked by Elder Li Tianyi's stance. After all, Li Tianyi's strength was obvious to everyone. Now, he was the great elder of Monster Palace. Even Murong Fu did not dare to offend him, let alone them. All the disciples looked at the sealed Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda and were somewhat disappointed. However, after all, everyone had felt the majestic power inside. Thinking about it now, they still felt some lingering fear. Not daring to act rashly, they shook their heads and dispersed. Chu Linger, Mikaryu Ice, and Ratley walked together. The three of them knew the truth of the matter. At this moment, the three of them were frowning. Especially Chu Linger. After all, she was the daughter of Princess Chu. Although she had not taken over the Monster Palace, she had always treated the Monster Palace as her home. Moreover, the Monster Palace was her mother's life's work. She was also the most worried about this matter. While worrying, Chu Linger suddenly thought of something. Looking at the moving crowd, she raised her head and asked Mikaryu Ice, Senior Brother Mu, did you see Junior Brother Su today? Suyen. When Mikaryu Ice heard Chu Linger's words, he was first taken aback. Then he shook his head and said, I really didn't see Su Yan today. Chu Linger immediately cast her gaze at Ratley. When she saw Ratley shaking his head, she immediately felt worried. She muttered softly, Junior Brother Su, could something have happened to him? If I'm not wrong, Su Yan has probably died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Just as Chu Linger was worrying, a voice suddenly came from the horizon. Following that, Ming Ruofeng's figure appeared in front of the three of them. What are you doing here? Because of Ming Ruofeng's words earlier, the three of them had long held a grudge against Ming Ruofeng in their hearts. When they saw him come out, their expressions couldn't help but sink. When Chu Linger heard his words, she rebuked him angrily. Ming Ruofeng, what nonsense are you spouting? Junior brother Su is clearly fine. Who said that he has died? Ming Ruofeng was not angry at Chu Linger's rebuke. Instead, he smiled and said, "Am I spouting nonsense? That day, when you were cultivating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, you saw Su Yan enter with your own eyes. However, did you see him come out today?" When Ming Ruofeng said that, Chu Linger and company's hearts sank. No, that's impossible. Chu Linger's face was filled with sadness. When Ming Ruofeng saw this, he smiled and said, "Junior sister Chu, I once said that if Su Yan's strength exceeded mine, I would naturally be able to help him. However, it seems that he does not have that strength. So what do you want?" Makaryu Ice was alarmed when he heard Ming Ruofeng's words. He looked at him warily. "I don't want anything." Ming Ruofeng maintained his devilish smile. His eyes flashed slightly as he said with a smile, "I'm just thinking that since Su Yan has died, shouldn't the position of Palace Lord be chosen again?" No. When Ming Ruofeng said that, Chu Linger immediately roared angrily. She shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, don't spout nonsense. Su Yan can't be dead. It's impossible." As Chu Linger spoke, tears slid down her gentle and beautiful face. Her sorrowful expression caused others to feel pity for her. In the Eastern Palace, several male disciples fancied Chu Linger. This included Ming Ruofeng. When Ming Ruofeng saw the relationship between Chu Linger and Su Yan in the demonic blood cave, he was jealous. Furthermore, Su Yan had taken over the position of Palace Lord. This made Ming Ruofeng even more unhappy. Therefore, when Ming Ruofeng knew that Su Yan had died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, he was not sad at all. Instead, he was happy. He only saw the woman he loved crying for someone else. Ming Ruofeng could not help but feel angry. He shouted, "Junior sister Chu, don't be silly. Su Yan is already dead. He's dead." "No, that's impossible." Chu Linger kept shaking her head and said, "That's impossible. Su Yan can't be dead. He can't be. I want to find him. I want to find him." Chu Linger cried. She suddenly thought of something and ran out of the door. "Chu Linger." Ming Ruofeng immediately shouted and stopped Chu Linger. He glared at her and shouted, "Chu Linger, are you really going to give up the entire monster palace for a man like him? What do you mean by that?" When Chu Linger heard Ming Ruofeng's words, she was immediately stunned. When Ming Ruofeng saw that Chu Linger had finally calmed down, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He revealed a sinister smile and said, "I don't mean anything. I'm just thinking of Monster Palace." Thinking of Monster Palace. When Chu Linger heard Ming Ruofeng's words, she could not help but sneer. "Ming Ruofeng, you nearly exposed yourself today. Do you think you're thinking of Monster Palace?" "Exposed?" Ming Ruofeng sneered and said, "I naturally have my plans. Of course, as long as junior sister Chu is willing." Ming Ruofeng, don't even think about it. Chapter 287. Ming Ruofeng, you said that Su Yan died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Have you seen him? The person who came was none other than Dong Qinghao, who knew the truth of the matter. Ming Ruofeng, you said Su Yan died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Dong Qinghao stared at Ming Ruofeng with a cynical expression on his face. However, his tone of voice was firm and powerful. "Dong Qinghao." Ming Ruofeng frowned when he saw Dong Qinghao. When he heard Dong Qinghao's words, he could not help but snort coldly. "Dong Qinghao, although I did not see Su Yan lose his life in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, you do not have the right to enter the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda this time. What do you know?" "I don't know." Dong Qinghao smiled and said, "I really don't know. However, I believe that Su Yan will not die." Ha! Ming Ruofeng suddenly laughed when he heard Dong Qinghao's words. I believe you. What a joke. Su Yan went to the 7th level of the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda alone and was severely injured by Murong Fu. Then he entered the 8th level. Dong Qinghao, although you haven't obtained the right to enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, I'm sure you know how powerful the heat is. You're at the 8th level, a 1-star Celestial Ascension Stage cultivator, and you're seriously injured. Do you think you still have a chance to live? These people were no less familiar with the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda than anyone else. They naturally knew how powerful the scorching energy within the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was. When they thought about how Su Yan had actually entered the 8th level, they could not help but be stunned. Even Dong Qinghao's body trembled. However, it was impossible for Dong Qinghao to accept this. He rolled his eyes and a bright light surged in them. He sneered, "Ming Ruofeng, no matter what, I absolutely believe that Su Yan is not dead." "He is not dead, foolish child." Ming Ruofeng was almost angered to death by Dong Qinghao. He turned his head and ignored Dong Qinghao. Instead, he turned to Chu Linger and said, "Junior Sister Chu, I hope you think carefully and make plans for the Monster Palace. Now that Su Yan has fallen, the position of Palace Master is empty. Now that Monster Palace has encountered such a huge incident, how long do you think Palace Master Chu's matter can be hidden? If things fail, I'm afraid the entire Monster Palace will be in chaos. At that time, let alone the Supreme Monster Palace falling into the hands of others, I'm afraid that even the other 2 sects within the 5 countries will come looking for us. Don't forget, the Supreme Monster Palace has always been a taboo in this world. Junior Sister Chu, could it be that you really want the Supreme Demon Palace to walk down this path?" It was clear that Ming Ruofeng's words were very persuasive. They directly penetrated Chu Linger's heart. Chu Linger had feelings for Su Yan. This was true. However, Chu Linger also had deep feelings for Monster Palace. After all, Monster Palace was Chu Linger's home. Su Yan. The more Chu Linger thought about it, the sadder she became. Her face was already full of tears. When Dong Qinghao saw this scene, he immediately shouted angrily, "Ming Ruofeng, what nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm talking nonsense." Ming Ruofeng sneered and shouted, "Dong Qinghao, you and the others should stop lying to yourselves. If Palace Master Chu's matter is exposed, you should all know what kind of suffering Monster Palace will suffer." Although Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and Rat Li all hated Ming Ruofeng, they had to admit that what Ming Ruofeng said was true. If the matter of Princess Chu's death was exposed, then the entire Monster Palace would be in danger. They didn't even dare to imagine it. Fine. Ming Ruofeng, even if what you said makes sense, you're only at the 4th level of the Spiritual Sea Realm. I'd like to hear how you're going to save Monster Palace. Dong Qinghao's heart was filled with anger. The frivolous smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a sense of dignity. Save it. Ming Ruofeng had obviously already thought of a way. When he heard Dong Qinghao's words, his eyes couldn't help but greedily look at Chu Linger. He licked his lips and said, "It's actually very simple. As long as Junior Sister Chu is willing to think for Monster Palace, everything will be fine." Although Chu Linger's heart was filled with sorrow, she knew how important this matter was. She forcefully suppressed the sorrow in her heart and looked at Ming Ruofeng, saying, "You tell me." When Ming Ruofeng saw Chu Linger's expression, he knew that his plan would most likely succeed. Immediately, an evil smile appeared on his face. "It's actually very simple. Junior Sister Chu, you should know about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond in Monster Palace, right?" Supreme Monster Ancient Pond. Chu Linger was momentarily stunned. Then, a sharp light flashed in her eyes as she shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, how do you know about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond?" "Junior Sister Chu, don't worry about how I know about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond. It's fine as long as you know about it." When everyone heard Ming Ruofeng's words, they didn't interrupt. They all looked at him, wanting to see what he would say. Seeing that no one reacted, Ming Ruofeng smiled evilly. He glanced at everyone and continued, "Then everyone should know that my Ming clan's previous life was the Supreme Monster Water Spirit clan, right? Hurry up and say it." Dong Qinghao urged impatiently. However, Ming Ruofeng wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and said, "Since everyone knows that I'm from the Supreme Monster Water Spirit Clan, then you should also know that junior sister has the bloodline of the Water Spirit Clan, right?" "Ming Ruofeng, what are you trying to do?" When Dong Qinghao heard Ming Ruofeng's words and thought about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond, he immediately realized something. Anger surged in his eyes as the spiritual energy in his body surged. When Ming Ruofeng saw Dong Qinghao's strength, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. Dong Qinghao, you couldn't enter the Supreme Monster Ancient Pagoda to cultivate this time, but you're able to step into the quasi-spiritual sea realm. As expected of the bloodline of the Dongqing clan, your cultivation speed is really fast. But even so, you're still not my match." Ming Ruofeng shouted coldly. Suddenly, the cultivation technique in his body followed and a majestic spiritual energy surged. Rank 5 Spiritual Sea Realm. The few of them couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. Ming Ruofeng looked at their shocked expressions and smiled. "That's right. I'm now at the rank 5 Spiritual Sea Realm. So, as long as junior sister Chu is willing to enter the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond to cultivate with me, then breaking through to the Spiritual Sea Realm is just around the corner." Cultivate with him, Chu Linger thought that Ming Ruofeng had some ideas. When she heard him talking about cultivating with her, her face immediately flushed red. At the same time, she was a little angry. Ming Ruofeng was using this to threaten her to cultivate with him. Dong Qinghao and the others were also furious. They pointed at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, you're shameless. You're using such methods to force junior sister Chu." I'm shameless. Ming Ruofeng heard their words and was also furious. Junior sister Chu, you already know my feelings for you. My Ming clan and your Chu clan are both from the Supreme Monster Water Spirit Clan. I used to believe that Palace Master Chu would definitely betroth you to me. Only when I, Ming Ruofeng, cultivate with you will the best results be achieved. So, in the Monster Palace, no matter if it was Qin Luo or anyone else, I was not afraid at all. Because I knew in my heart that you, Chu Linger, would be mine one day. The more Ming Ruofeng spoke, the more agitated he became. His entire body trembled slightly. But who would have thought that Palace Master Chu would betroth you to Su Yen? And you, I hate you the most. You, Chu Linger, have only known Su Yen for a few months, but you've already developed feelings for him. What's even more hateful is that Princess Chu even betrothed the position of Palace Master to Su Yen, a mere saint bloodline realm warrior. I can't accept this. I, Ming Ruofeng, can't accept this. How am I inferior to Su Yen? Be it strength or bloodline, how am I inferior to him? Why did all of you choose him? In the Blood Demon Cave, I chose to endure because I knew that Su Yen, a mere saint bloodline realm warrior, would not be able to support the entire Monster Palace. I was waiting for the day of his death. Now, I've finally waited. I've waited. Ha, ha. As Ming Ruofeng spoke, he began to laugh loudly. His cold expression suddenly became ferocious. He looked at Chu Linger and said, "So, junior sister Chu, if you really care about the Monster Palace, you can only agree with me. Only when you and I dual cultivate can our strength soar quickly. Right now, I am in the 5th level Spiritual Sea Realm. If I enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool and dual cultivate with you, I will definitely reach the peak of the Spiritual Sea Realm. And you, junior sister Chu, can also enter the Spiritual Sea Realm. When that time comes, who will be a match for the two of us? The entire Monster Palace will fall into our hands again." No one knew that Ming Ruofeng had hidden his feelings so deeply. Even Chu Linger did not know that Ming Ruofeng had such deep feelings for her. Moreover, he had already planned this from the beginning. She could not help but secretly sigh at Ming Ruofeng's shrewdness. Even so, Chu Linger still did not have any feelings for Ming Ruofeng. Instead, she felt that he was even more shameless and annoying. Annoying, shameless, Chu Linger looked at Ming Ruofeng and could not help but feel a little angry. However, although she was angry, Chu Linger also knew that what Ming Ruofeng said was the truth. If her mother's matter was exposed, the entire Monster Palace would definitely fall into an irrecoverable crisis. This was probably the only way to solve this problem. As she thought about it, Chu Linger's heart could not help but sink. Her eyes surged with a pear blossom. When Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and Ratli saw Chu Linger like this, they could not help but feel a burst of anger in their hearts. They pointed at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, you despicable and shameless fellow! I will kill you today. Kill me." When Ming Ruofeng heard the three of them, he suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha, you want to kill me with just the three of you? You overestimate yourselves." Chapter 288. Shameless. When Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and Ratli heard Ming Ruofeng's words, they couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. With a roar, the three of them attacked Ming Ruofeng at the same time. Although the three of them had feelings for Chu Linger, they had chosen Chu Linger. However, after Chu Ling chose Su Yan, they only wished the two of them well. Now, they only treated Chu Ling as their junior sister. How could they have such dirty thoughts like Ming Ruofeng? Now that they saw Ming Ruofeng's shamelessness, how could they not be angry? With just the three of you? Ming Ruofeng saw the three of them attacking him, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, a gloomy and evil aura burst out. At the same time, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body. Suddenly, a majestic spirit qi surged out. With a move of his body, he leaped up like a bolt of lightning, directly dodging the attacks of the three people. The moment his body leaped up, a powerful surge of energy suddenly surged out. "The three of you want to kill me? Courting death." Ming Ruofeng shouted angrily. Suddenly, he waved his hand and a powerful force swept out. "Be careful." When Dong Qinghao and the other two saw this scene, they were stunned. They hurriedly circulated the cultivation technique and quickly retreated. The three of them were extremely fast, but unfortunately, Ratli's strength was too low. He was hit by Ming Ruofeng's force. Bang! With a loud sound, his whole body was directly sent flying. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from Ratli's mouth. Ratli, Dong Qinghao and Macario Ice hurriedly went to check on Ratli's injuries. "I'm fine. Kill this bastard." Ratli stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were surging with anger. Dong Qinghao and Macario Ice looked at each other and nodded. At the same time, they took out their weapons and looked at Ming Ruofeng with killing intent in their eyes. "Do the three of you really want to die? If so, don't blame me for not caring about the past." Ming Ruofeng saw that the three of them were unwilling to give up, and his face was also surging with anger. Love from the past. The three of them sneered at the same time and completely ignored Ming Ruofeng. Perhaps they were once disciples of the Eastern Palace and had some feelings for each other. However, these feelings had long been destroyed after Ming Ruofeng's words. Now, the three of them only wanted to get rid of this despicable Ming Ruofeng. How could they still have any feelings for him? Die! The three of them shouted angrily and charged towards Ming Ruofeng again. "Good, very good. Since you want to die, don't blame me for not fulfilling your wish." Ming Ruofeng looked at the three of them attacking and roared angrily. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated and a bright light surged. The light overflowed and at the same time, a majestic power erupted. It reverberated in the air and produced a series of whistling sounds. Ever since the fall of Qin Luo, Ming Ruofeng could be said to be the strongest disciple of the Eastern Palace. In addition, after entering the ancient demon pagoda to cultivate, Ming Ruofeng had broken through the fourth stage and stepped into the fifth stage of the Spirit Sea realm. His strength was even more different from before. As for Dong Qinghao, Shu Li, and Mu Lu Bing, although they had made some progress during this period of time, they were still quite strong. However, the strongest of the three was only Macario Ice, who was only at the third stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Dong Qinghao was at the Quasi-Spirit Sea realm, and Ratli was at the 5-star Celestial Phenomenon realm. The three of them combined were not enough to catch up to Ming Ruofeng. Soon, injuries appeared on the three of them. Chu Linger's face was already full of pear blossoms when she saw this scene. Her heart ached. Everyone present had a good relationship with her in the past. She could not bear to see any of them injured because of this. Of course, this was still secondary. The one she felt the most heartache for was Su Yan. Thinking about Su Yan's death, Chu Linger's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Furthermore, these things had happened in the monster palace, which made her even more anxious. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. Dong Qinghao, Ming Ruofeng, and Rat Li were all sent flying by Ming Ruofeng's move. Ming Ruofeng immediately took advantage of the situation and looked at Rat Li as he shouted, "Umph, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator dares to go against me. I'll kill you first." As he spoke, Ming Ruofeng suddenly smashed towards Rat Li's head. When Chu Linger saw this scene, her pupils suddenly constricted. She bit her lips and shouted, "Stop, Ming Ruofeng, stop right now." When Ming Ruofeng heard Chu Linger's cry, he stopped what he was doing. "Ming Ruofeng, I promise you," Chu Linger said to Ming Ruofeng as her entire body trembled. When she finished speaking, the tears in her eyes were like a broken thread that continuously slid down her soft and beautiful skin. "Promise me, Junior Chu. You finally promised me." When Ming Ruofeng heard Chu Linger's words, he immediately laughed happily. He was so excited that he directly hugged Chu Linger. "Junior Chu, you're mine. You're mine." Chu Linger allowed Ming Ruofeng to hug her as her expression became extremely gloomy. She said coldly, "Ming Ruofeng, I can promise you, but I'll have to wait 3 days before I can enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool with you." "But, Junior Chu, as long as you're willing, anything is fine," Ming Ruofeng said with a laugh. When Chu Linger heard Ming Ruofeng's words, she nodded. Then she looked at Ming Ruofeng and said coldly, "Ming Ruofeng, you can leave now. I hope you won't harass me in these 3 days. Also, you have to hide the fact that my mother has died. Otherwise, even if I, Chu Linger, am destroyed along with the Monster Palace, you won't be able to touch a single finger of mine." Okay. I'll promise you anything." Ming Ruofeng looked greedily at Chu Linger and kept nodding. When Chu Linger saw Ming Ruofeng's gaze, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. She shouted, "Then why aren't you leaving now? After all, she'll be mine in 3 days. I don't need to rush." Although Ming Ruofeng really wanted to duel Cultivate with Chu Linger right now, when he saw the anger on Chu Linger's face, he suppressed it. He turned around and looked at Macario Ice and Dong Qinghao with disdain before leaving. "Junior Chu, why did you agree to him?" After Ming Ruofeng left, Dong Qinghao and the other two immediately went up to Chu Linger and asked. The 3 of them looked at Chu Linger's appearance with a pained expression. Chu Linger looked at the 3 of them and smiled bitterly. "In this situation, what can I do? The Monster Palace is my mother's life's work. Do you really want to see it destroyed?" As Chu Linger spoke, her face was already covered in tears. Her eyes were filled with pain. But when Dong Qinghao and the other 2 saw Chu Linger's sad appearance, they wanted to say something, but they didn't know how to comfort her. The 3 of them could only curse themselves for being useless and lament at the side. "Su Yan, are you really dead?" When Chu Linger thought of Su Yan, tears welled up in her eyes again. Then, she bit her lip and walked to Dong Qinghao's side, saying, "Senior brother Dong Qinghao, do you have a way to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda?" "Enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda?" When Dong Qinghao heard Chu Linger's words, he couldn't help but be stunned, not understanding what she meant. Chu Linger nodded. Her eyes immediately revealed a determined light. "I want to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda and find Su Yan. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If Su Yan really died in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, then I—" When she said this, Chu Linger suddenly choked up. She couldn't say the rest of her words. When Dong Qinghao and the other 2 heard this, they finally understood why Chu Linger had promised Ming Ruofeng to give her 3 days. So this was the reason. She wanted to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to find Su Yan. The 3 of them looked at Chu Linger and immediately felt admiration for Chu Linger's feelings for Su Yan. "Junior Sister Chu, let the 3 of us handle the matter of entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. You stay here." Dong Qinghao looked at the pitiful Chu Linger and couldn't bear to let her take the risk of entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Macario Ice also said, "Yes, leave the matter of finding Su Yan to the 3 of us." In the past, whenever Chu Ling wanted to do something, she would often ask them for help. However, this time, Chu Ling, was unusually determined. She said, "This time I must go by myself. Just tell me how to get in." This. When Dong Qinghao and the other two heard Chu Linger's words, they looked troubled. They really didn't want to see Chu Linger take the risk. Chu Linger looked at the three of them and snorted, "If that's the case, I'll go alone." With that, Chu Linger was about to walk out the door. The three of them were stunned when they saw this. They hurriedly pulled her back. "Junior Sister Chu, don't be rash. We don't know what kind of power is surging in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Even Li Tianyi might not be able to withstand it. Entering now is definitely not a trivial matter. We need to think carefully." When Chu Linger heard this, she sneered and said, 3 days. I only have 3 days. In these 3 days, I have to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda and find Su Yan. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If Su Yan is still alive, even if Monster Palace is destroyed, I won't agree to Ming Ruofeng's shameless request. As Chu Linger spoke, a wave of grief surged up on her face again. Her eyes dimmed as well. When the three of them saw this, they wanted to persuade her, but they didn't know where to begin. After a moment of silence, Dong Qinghao sighed helplessly and said, Forget it. Junior Sister Chu, since things have come to this, we won't force you. The three of us will help you enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda." "Thank you, senior brothers." Chu Linger clasped her hands at the three of them. At this moment, in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, the two fire Qilin beasts were constantly fighting. There were many wounds on their bodies. "Fire Qilin, so what if you've awakened? You're definitely not my match without your demonic soul." Seeing the fire Qilin's exhausted appearance, the corner of myriad ghost demon sovereign's mouth curled up into a cold smile.